Of Bloodborne here on the Overanalyst channel. I hope everybody's having a wonderful day so far, whatever time you happen to be checking us out. We got quite a lot to do today. Yesterday we managed to take down a couple bosses and make it through the interminable slog that was Hidden Village Yargle, and clear a Chalice dungeon. But, let's see, anything we can or should upgrade? No. We've got to work on that Blade of Mercy some more. But today, we're going to be kind of clearing up a lot of end-game or late-game content and diving back into the Chalice dungeons, of which we have a hell of a lot to work our way through. Including, almost off the bat, we're going to be angling for our third major, tile set. You know, we've unlocked, the Thumerian Labyrinth and the Hintertomb. We're going to be able to get our hands on the Lauren Chalice pretty soon, I want to say. Just checking to make sure there's nothing we want to buy. Because if there's not, we're going to go ahead and level up.
What is... Very well, let me...
Okay, 3 levels, that ain't bad. Let's see. Hold on. Do we have... Yeah, we have enough for the Tonitrus.
Farewell, welcome, what is... Very well, let...
Yeah, we might want to increase our arcane a little bit, and then how about we dump the rest of this, why not into endurance for now? We do want to increase arcane slowly but surely because, not only does our Blade of Mercy scale with it slightly, I think, but there are a couple artifacts we can get later in the game that might be kind of helpful here. Oh wait, runes, that's what I wanted to do, because we got a clearer version of a couple of the runes we already have equipped, right? Yeah, increase our max stamina by 15% instead of 10, I'll take it. We're not going to get anything better than Blood Rapture. There's one that increases the strength of our visceral attacks. Might be useful later on, but not for now. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything we just absolutely need right here. Now, I found out, just today, I thought I owned the DLC, but I do not yet. So this evening I'm going to purchase and install it, because we are almost in the home stretch, ladies and gents. We've got, probably I want to say two more streams of actual, like, main game content, and then a handful of Chalice Dungeon streams, before we're done with everything the main game has to offer that we'll be looking at anyway, that we'll be exploring. But the old hunters, especially since I only know... My only real first-hand knowledge of it comes from watching my best friend play through it when it was first released years ago. Might take us a little while. So the first thing we're going to do, I had to look this up because I forgot, characteristically of course, that the way to access one of my favorite areas in the entire game, which is also home to a unique faction, lots of special enemies, one of the hardest and most rewarding boss battles in the game, in my humble opinion, and a number of interesting weapons and armor sets, is hidden at the end of that little grotto. You know, the poison grotto, populated by all of the church giants and the leeches and things like that we died in several times and somehow just didn't actually clear our first time through. There's a secret passage at the end of that cave, apparently, that we can work our way through to get, kind of a key to access this special area. One trade-off with the Blade of Mercy is it is really short range compared to what I'm used to. My god. Even now, these encounters are a little tricky because of the remarkable pressure placed on you. Blood vial, thank you. Blood vial, thank you. Where's the damn dog? Did we not get these the first time around? Twin bloodstone and some blood vials. Okay. Nice. So we're gonna head back over to that cave, which was like around the leftmost side of the village, right? Like, yeah, right over this way. Beware of all the dogs. Or all the dog, as the case may be. I tell you, the quick step R1 follow-up with the dual blades is really good for, like, a post-dodge attack. Typically, they're just a little bit stronger than a standard attack, and kind of cumbersome at that. Not just in Bloodborne, but in the Soulsborne series in general. But that one's really solid. Okay, so who cares about the poison? We're fine. Poison does not frighten us. This is what we wanted. Here we go. This ladder right here. First things first, we don't have any antidotes selected. Pity. We'll go ahead and take that. Now we'll come out and take this. Cold blood, nice, nice. And now we can head up here, which is actually a shortcut, believe it or not, back to Central Yharnam in the very start of the game. This is going to take us to Iosefka's clinic. The second story of Iosefka's clinic, mind you, and we'll actually get to meet the doctor. Or what's replaced her, at the least. Because, as we recall, something was very, very off about her last time we checked in, and of course, I've been foreshadowing for ages, we don't want to send anybody to her, because something horrible happens to her, and what takes her place does not have our survivors' best interests at heart. So we just climb on up, and we're brought to this. Again, I would call this a graveyard normally, but this is Yharnam, and it seems like corpses, and not necessarily corpses, but caskets and headstones scattered about are just kind of part of the decor in certain areas. So first things first, we want to open this gate. That's our shortcut back to the Central Yharnam bonfire, lamp. It is what it is. And I think if we go around here, we can work our way up into the clinic, maybe? No? Anything over here? And I see an item in the distance. And a brain sucker. Oh, it was actually using one of its physical attacks. If they grab you, though, it's game over, man. So we got some Madman's Knowledge, we'll take it. And if we climb up here... Maybe this is how we access the clinic? Against weaker enemies, or enemies that can be stunned in general, the blades are awesome. I can really see why so many people swear by these for builds like this one. Okay, so we've got everything on the roof, right? And as you can see here, we can just walk straight on into the clinic through this ramshackle walkway. But, of course, not all is well in Iosefka's clinic. Practically nothing is. this, I think, is the door to the downstairs, right? Yes? No? No. This actually takes us farther upstairs. Get a little light here. Help us see. Oh, look. It's a deceased celestial emissary. Yep, some very, very uncomfortable eldritch experiments were going on here, transforming people, or attempting to transform people, into these things. We got an improved communion rune, I think? Yeah. This might be the clearest variant of this we can find in the base game. I don't know, 3 additional blood vials. That might be useful in very specific circumstances, but none I can foresee. Here we go. You'll notice there's an emissary in here, of course. One that isn't hostile, is it? Or no, it is. It's just a little slow on the uptake. Well, down it goes, and we find... Oh no. Some of Yosefka's blood. Yeah, this is the friendly doctor who wanted to help us and the rest of the Yarnamites at the start of the campaign. She's been taken and transformed somehow into this thing. And her blood grants us the ability to restore a large chunk of our HP. This refined blood, highly invigorating, restores a larger amount of HP. The product of a slow and careful refinement process, this rare blood vial appears to be a clinic original. So that may or may not be her blood, but I'm fairly certain the implication is that is, or was, her. But here, we find what we need, the key to the new destination. Canehurst summons. An old blood-stained summons inviting an honored guest to the forsaken Castle Canehurst. Rather bafflingly, it's addressed to you. Do not hesitate. The stagecoach leaves from Hemwick Crossing. So, if you remember, it's some time ago, of course, that, glowing blue obelisk outside the Witch of Hemwick's Manor in the Charnel Lane, there will now be a transport there, now that we've got the summons, waiting to take us to Castle Canehurst, home of the bizarre and oddly refined and honorable Vile Bloods. Notice that we opened up the shortcut, so it's implied that that celestial emissary, possibly formerly Yosefka or the thing that took her place, was, manning the door from roughly the time we killed Vicar Amelia on, I think. Or no, is the replacement Yosefka in here? No, I'm sorry. Here she is. This is Yosefka. The thing that took her place was the emissary, I think.
God, I'm nauseous. Have you felt this? It's progressing. I can see things. I knew it. I'm different. I'm no beast. Oh, God, it feels awful. But proves that
I really hate this, because she's one of the kindest characters in the entire game, and there's absolutely nothing we can do to help her. If you remember, we touched a couple streams ago on the fact that the old ones attempt to reproduce through mortals, through humans. And she's been chosen to be the host for one of these things. And is slowly losing her mind, and yeah, this just isn't pleasant. Now, I think we can leave and come back. And we'll be able to get a special item from her. Though, unfortunately, as I said, her story does not have a happy ending, no matter what we do. Speaking of, we might also want to go check up on all our friends at Erden Chapel to see how they're holding up after, well, after the bottom fell out when we killed Rom. Nothing and no one in here now, right? Yeah. So it's gonna be back to Yosefka's clinic, then to Erden Chapel, then to Hemwick, or through Hemwick to Castle Canehurst, which is a really cool area. Brilliantly designed, and aesthetically, it's nothing like the rest of the game. Then we'll probably take on the Nightmare Frontier, and we'll see where we go from there, provided I don't just hit a wall like we did yesterday. So back to the clinic. We may have to put her out of her misery to get this item, which I'm really not looking forward to. Don't let me forget, either. We need to upgrade the Tonitrus. I accidentally found out what one of the upcoming Chalice Dungeon bosses is going to be, and that it's super weak to the Tonitrus, meaning we need it. Oh, what's this? Handwritten scroll, yeah, seek pale blood to transcend the hunt. Oh, right, because this is where we first woke up when we started the game. And Yosefka, the real one, just locked the door behind us after we came to. So let's hoof it back to the loft where she's being held.
God,
yeah, now let me... Oh, didn't mean to sit down. Let me double check and make sure I'm not screwing this up. I want to make sure I can show you guys the best possible ending. Mm-hmm. Alright, one moment. Okay, so yeah. We're going to need to kill her, unfortunately. And I absolutely hate this, but we need it for the best ending and to hopefully bring a much brighter tomorrow to Yharnam. I'm so sorry. Yeah, that's what we needed. Another third of the umbilical cord, possessed by another host of the Old One's spawn. We need at least 3 for the best ending. Or the most complete ending, the ending I'm going for, however you want to refer to it. And I think we can get the third one really easily. Let me again double check as we walk back to our lamp. Yes, yes we can. You can get 4, I think, 4 or 5. But we only, thankfully, need 3. Now we can head back to Erden Chapel and see how our folks are doing. Spoiler, not well. One thing I am blown away by is, for a fairly short linear game, or at least main narrative, this game has plenty of side content, areas and bosses and things like that that are entirely optional. Obviously, you need to explore all of this if you want to get, like, the most tools in your little repertoire and the most complete endings, but you do have that option, so let's see what we've got here. Oh, right. So, nothing's changed there. She is seriously not doing well. Yeah. Unfortunately, she's, clutching her stomach. She has also been impregnated by the old ones. And if we were to mercy kill her, we would get our final, the final umbilical cord, which we're hopefully not gonna have to do.
Welcome home, dear. What's wrong? Anything you like?
Not today.
Good. What a relief. You always were.
We don't want to ask her for too many sedatives, or
Bottle up everything
she
inside.
will,
You mustn't be
she'll
afraid to
die
share.
out in the city looking for more, I think. So, the sisters, or the cleric's completely gone. How's the unpleasant old man doing?
Ah, your lies spin a web, but I see through your deceit. I did not learn from books. No. I learned it all with my own mind.
Okay.
But I
So unfortunately, all of our friends, save like the chapel steward here, are in a very, very poor way. I think we can help... Well, it's implied that if we get, like, the ending I'm going for, we may be able to help these people in the future. But things are quickly deteriorating around Yharnam. In part, at least, due to us killing Rom and allowing the old ones to breach the barrier, keeping them out of this world entirely, much more easily. But it's not entirely our fault, as, the School of Mensis is working to do the same thing, as they want to transcend humanity and become as the old gods. And as you saw from that massive, like, roster of them tucked away at the end of Yargul, they've got a lot more manpower than we do, and they're a lot closer to achieving their goal. Gonna see if we can't open the door at the top of the workshop. You know the locked door, where we found, the glowing, like, Ludwig's Church Hunter badge, or whatever it was called? Oh, even though his health bar was empty, we could still get a visceral attack in on him. Nice, well, that's good to know. It means we might be able to get some health off of fairly weak enemies in the future. Love the old men in the wheelchairs. They are the very, very best enemies in this game. Well, sorry, next to the Celestial Emissaries. Those are the best. Close second, though, man. Close second. Look at how beautiful Yharnam skies look as they're slowly overcome by this sort of eldritch aurora. Come on. Ooh! My god. Getting too sloppy. But we got our blood vials back, that's all that matters to me. And off we go. Almost to the top. Believe it or not, on the other side of this door, or that door, there is a brand new area that, and at least, or no, sorry, exactly 2 bosses we'll need to take down if we want to see everything the game has to offer. Including, at least aesthetically, one of my favorite bosses. Both of them are really good. One of them I've never actually beaten before. I want to see, can we open this yet? No, still locked. Okay. We might need to find... Hell, for all I know, the key might actually be in either the castle or the nightmare. Let's go ahead and use one of our old hunter's marks, or bold hunter's marks, just to get out of here. 'Cause it's Hemwick time. or more specifically, again, Canehurst time, but I want to say Castle Canehurst is a really tough area if you're going in totally blind and don't know, like, all of its little tricks and traps, but kinda like a lot of the zones in Dark Souls 1, I at least remember, and we've all seen how faulty my memory is in regards to Bloodborne, but I do remember it being,
Very well, then.
one of the simpler areas to get through once you knew what you were in for, save for the boss, which is, again, an absolute beast. Going to want to kick skill up maybe a couple more times, get that up to 35, maybe, and then start working on strength? Or no, maybe we should start working on our strength now. Yeah.
Farewell, me.
Let's get to where we can use most melee weapons in the game comfortably, because we've got enough materials to level a few of them pretty easily. Right, we want the Witch's Abode, so the basement of, Hemwick Witch's Manor. Now, Canehurst, in a couple very specific areas, is home to some of the most unusually powerful enemies in the entire game. Most of the enemies we will actually have to fight going through the area shouldn't be that bad, especially with the arcane damage that these blades deal out. But there's one enemy, or one enemy type, you only see very early on in the stage and maybe one or two other places, that is an absolute nightmare. Fast as hell, deals tons of damage, hard to stagger, like, just something you'd expect to be a late game enemy, but I don't think appears anywhere else save certain Chalice dungeons. Again, I think in the randomized Chalice dungeons you can find more or less anything. This place looks even eerier at night, doesn't it? Now notice, though, that the Eldritch Sky isn't really present here, only over Yharnam, or at least we can't see it through all the fog. Ooh! That headbutt. My god! Oh! They've got such distance. Oh, especially that. Holy crap. Jesus, man. Not used to these guys being quite so aggressive. Oh, we did break his guard, though. Thank you. Blood vials, blood vials, blood vials. There we go, thank you. Now here, at the obelisk indicating the crossroads, we can see, of all things, a spectral carriage coming from the direction of that shattered highway. You know, the one that should have led directly to Canehurst Castle? It's, no impediment to the Vile Bloods, who are waiting for us, apparently. Oh, that's not frightening at all. Let's hop on board. Which we actually have to do. Yeah, that is a choice we have to make. You don't just get, like, kicked along to Canehurst, which is quite nice. And seeing as we could get to that area, I want to say as early as, maybe either the first time we hit the Forbidden Woods or after we killed Rom, we might have an easier time with this area since we're leveled up just a little bit more. Again, I remember the boss being a real doozy, but basic enemies hopefully shouldn't be too bad. And we can get some awesome armor here. And a badge, I think, a badge or two, that will grant us some pretty interesting weapons, including, I want to say, the only weapon in the base game that relies extensively on your blood tinge stat, meaning a cool weapon that we'll probably never get to use. So now across the river, we're brought along to the beautiful, frozen, forsaken Canehurst Castle. Or sorry, forsaken Castle Canehurst. This is straight up a Castlevania stage. All the enemies, all the aesthetics, this is... I read it as a giant love letter to, like, classic Castlevania. In fact, aesthetically, it's quite similar to, Oh, notice we get insight just for showing up here. Forsaken Canehurst Castle, that's it. Well, the horses are already dead. Nice. Implying again, we're dealing with ghost horses. Now, our goal is to make it to the very top of the castle. And again, the Vile Bloods are ready to receive us. So those, like, some of the toughest enemies in the game I mentioned earlier, they're out here. They're these large, bloated, tick-like, undead nightmare creatures. I think they might just be called blood lickers or something similar. Frenzied cold blood. There they are. This is a shortcut we can unlock later. Keep that in mind. Keeps us away from the blood lickers. I'll try fighting one or two just so you get a sense of what we're dealing with here. There's a good number of them just roaming around the grounds here. And yeah, they used to be human. I think. Look at that damage, goddamn. And again, that's what they do with a normal physical attack. Nothing special. So now we're probably going to kill that exact blood licker to get our echoes back if they're not just, like, left on the ground, and hopefully never fight one again. We'll run around the grounds to pick up what treasure we can, and then just make a beeline for the front door. I don't think there are any blood lickers inside. Oh, thankfully they don't steal my echoes. Good. Let go my echoes. Got some numbing mist. Nice. I mean, we'll take it. And then maybe some more stuff down here. Oh, leeches. Hello, leeches. It's been a while. Lots of leeches. Holy crap. Gemstone. Nice. Now, for all I know, visceral attacks just absolutely ruin the blood licker's day, but not terribly interested in finding out. Thank you. Anything over here? Yeah. Yeah, there is. If you hear someone crying, that's going to be important later on. By later on, I mean very soon. So unlike just about everywhere else in the game, Canehurst Castle is genuinely haunted. The main threat here will actually be these little servants, because they fight with either canes or rapiers, and can be insanely powerful in certain situations. I'm fairly certain the cane variant is able to, like, snipe at you with blow darts or something, but here are our other enemies. These banshee-like ghosts, who can indeed appear largely out of thin air. there's a lot of them. Like, a lot. And they do deal pretty hefty damage. Thankfully, their attacks, for the most part, are clearly telegraphed, even if they themselves are not. I don't know if you can get a visceral attack in on them, as they're not exactly corporeal. They can be found anywhere weeping is heard. They're all over the place in here. But at least they give out a pretty generous disbursement of echoes. You can see them as like shades in the distance before they appear fully. Let's put all of them to rest so we can loot the area in peace. There is another variant with, I want to say, some kind of status effect attack, like a withering screech or something like that, but we won't see one of those for a little while, I don't think. There we go, we'll take down the Vile Blood Servant. Get a blood vial from them, very nice. I think we've cleared out all of them down here. There's going to be more of them on and around the stairwell. Madman's Knowledge, that's unsurprising given this place. I love the visual design of Cainhurst, though. It's got a very different color palette from most of the rest of Yharnam. Oddly enough, like, despite all the cold blues of the windows and things like that, it's in many ways a lot warmer. And it feels like we're in a totally different game. I kind of love this. And again, all this totally optional. You've come to the right place. That we have. The Reiter Polish. This is a special weapon that we actually need more blood tinge to use it properly. But it is basically a rapier gun. Combines an elegant knight's sword with the peculiar firearm wielded by the Cainhurst Order. The old nobles, long-time imbibers of blood, are no strangers to the sanguine plague, and the disposal of beasts was a discreet task left to their servants, or knights, as they were called for the sake of appearances. Yeah, so the Vile Bloods are more or less friendly neighborhood vampires, kinda, sorta. At least that's my best reading of them. As I said, there are a lot of banshees in here. Like, a lot. Which I've, again, already said. Again, what a gorgeous area. We'll be seeing more of the servants later on, but right now we're mainly dealing with the banshees, who actually can, like, just chew up your weapon's durability due to their complete ubiquity in this area. Notice that none of these castle servants seem particularly concerned with the banshees, and are either afraid of them or just carrying on their work. They drop more souls than the banshees, which should be a good indication of how powerful they are, relatively speaking. Again, once those guys start actually fighting us, we could be in a couple tricky spots for the end of the area. There's at least one more enemy type here that we don't get to see for some time. But these two really cool enemies are more or less it for now. The castle servants with the... Man, she's a ghost and can't hover. What a shame. Bloodstone chunk, very nice. The castle servants with the canes mainly stick to ranged attacks, I think. Well, now that we've successfully exorcised the front hall, let's move on to a banquet hall full of weeping ghosts and really beautiful but somewhat creepy statuary. Notice how the lights dimmed in the banquet hall before they all spawned in. Again, just a really cool, like, Dark Souls-y take on, like, traditional, like, Western European horror tropes. Seriously, at least from a conceptual standpoint, Bloodborne ticks so many of my boxes. It's Dark Souls with a standard, like, haunted mansion. It's Dark Souls with aliens. How can you not love that? Answer, Yargle. Yargle is how you cannot love that. Look at all these beautiful portraits, ostensibly of, like, Vile Bloods back in the day. Clearly nobody's been here for a very, very long time. 1 minute. Sorry, I'm getting a call. I'll have to send a text really quick. So sorry. Don't you hate it when you're using, like, very specific wording and autocorrect just insists that you meant something else 3 or 4 times, no matter how many times you go back to say, no, 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 this is the spelling I had intended. We get a noble dress, which actually does look really cool. A finely tailored Bordeaux dress, worn by the nobles of the old bloodline that traces back to the Forsaken Castle Cainhurst. This is also the same dress that, our friend Ariana wears, implying that she might be a descendant of the Vile Bloods herself. And again, is very pleasant, so the people we're dealing with here aren't necessarily evil. Do keep that in mind. Hold on. Okay. Sorry about that. Now we are outside, as we will be more often than you'd think in this area. We're going to be on various balconies and parapets and roofs throughout the stage, and this is also where we'll run into, yeah, our final enemy type, these weird living gargoyle creatures. They can be surprisingly powerful. Sorry, hold on. Getting another text. I'm so sorry about this, guys. Alright. Now let me show you what these guys can do. They've got a grab attack, like a lot of enemies in this game do, and a pretty respectable amount of health. But aside from, like, the surprise factor of jumping out from a bunch of statuary they blended in with, I don't recall them being super duper dangerous. Wondrous night, a hunter is never alone. You know what? Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and rate that. Yeah. Seriously, check this place out, yo. And you can see Yharnam there way into the distance. But it's like all the problems we had to deal with beforehand, you know, the old ones, the bestial plague, all of that, all those problems are gone. They're not present here. Instead, we've got a whole bunch of brand new problems to deal with. Down he goes. Wish enemies took more fall damage in this game, like they did in the Dark Souls series, but hey. I don't know if they ever drop anything. And as you can see, they were, at least originally, or for whatever they are, quite elderly, and still able to bring the fire like that. That's impressive. Always want to, like, just tap the lock-on button as you go through these statuary-lined ramparts, just in case you miss one of these. No! No, no, no! How did he... No! Get off! I thought I was sufficiently off to the side to keep him from landing that, but I thought wrong. Twin Bloodstone. Okay, so they do drop stuff. More weapon reinforcement materials. The ubiquity of weapon reinforcement materials, or the prominence of weapon reinforcement materials here, kind of suggests to me that since there are fewer weapons, the devs really expected you to develop and experiment with way more of them over the course of a playthrough. Okay, so here's one of the servants with a rapier. They are surprisingly fast. And, you know, agile. For what looks like a pretty pathetic Dark Souls hollow, they are really, really well trained, obviously. They're probably the most dangerous enemies in here, I want to say. Look at how gorgeous this place is. I mean, unsettling, yeah, but all these gorgeous statues and engravings. Well, we can hear more of the banshees. What on earth is that? They've got a ranged attack? I've actually never seen that before. It's pretty easy to, like, knock them off balance, obviously. Like so. Yeah, I've actually never seen that sonic attack before. Sure, it deals tons of damage, though. Oh, here we got the Executioner set. You know, the armor that, what's his ass? Alfred wore. Attire worn by the band of executioners commanded by the martyr, Ligarius. Later became the basis for all church attire, so it predated the healing church as like an institution with its own uniforms and things like that, with its heavy draping of a holy shawl. As the great Ligarius once said, acts of goodness are not always wise, and acts of evil are not always foolish, but regardless, we shall always strive to be good. That's a load of bull. We learn more about Ligarius and the Executioners, and suffice to say, they mean well. Oh, here we go. The brass rivets are unique to the Executioners and reflect their adoration of hand-to-hand combat. As you can see, as it was on Alfred, this is a pretty spiffy-looking set. I do really like the little metal discs embedded in the gauntlets, as well as the shawl. Looks pretty cool, but it's not bone ash, so, you know. To give you an idea of how good and forthright the Executioners are, their favored weapon is a blood-fueled giant wooden wheel that they use to grind living, sentient beings into paste. At best, they're a case of well-intentioned extremists, or good is not soft. But by my reading, they're crazed religious zealots who made things in and around Yharnam, and here especially, a whole lot worse than they had to be. But anyway, library. There's a few of these in Cainhurst, populated by the Banshees, as well as the Cain/blow dart wielding castle servants. Here we've got our little shortcut. Very nice. As I don't know that there's another lamppost until the boss. The cool thing about Cainhurst is, in addition to its totally unique aesthetics, it also, as I'm sure you've seen so far, has a much higher than average share of, like, unique treasures. So, like, weapons, armor, things like that. Speaking of, what's in here? The Vile Blood Register. I think this might just be a multiplayer item, because the Vile Bloods are technically one of the multiplayer factions. Yeah. Red leather record of the Vile Bloods loyal to the Covenant of Annalise, Queen of the Vile Bloods at Cainhurst Castle. A record of the Vile Bloods, bloodlusting hunters who seek blood dregs of their prey, kept throughout the ages. So this is just, yeah, Covenant roster. Like, I think we could get one for the Blades of the Dark Moon in an earlier, or in Dark Souls 1, right? Something similar to that. So, it's just Banshee time again. And I think the servants, most of them around here, are on these, little utility staircases, giving them not only a vantage point, but some distance from us. I think one of my other favorite armor sets in the game is found somewhere in this library. There he is. There's the Blow Dart guy, the one with the candelabra back there. So first things first, we're taking out this servant. Now we can chop down all the banshees at our leisure. Bullets, nice. And actually, hold on, I might want to switch to my cane for a bit, so we don't just wear down the Blades of Mercy entirely. I'll have to check on their durability in a bit. Not many more of them down here on the bottom floor, at least, but as you can see, this is quite a sizable library. Oh, more treasure. Nice. So what we're gonna have to do is... yeah, there we go. The Evelyn. This is a special firearm that, of course, needs much more blood tinge than we have to use, but it is a gorgeous special pistol used by the Cainhurst Knights. The Evelyn uses quicksilver bullets, just as any workshop firearm, but the Cainhurst variant relies more on blood tinge, so it's just a pistol that scales more strongly with, your blood tinge. Lovingly named after a woman and graced with an intricate design, Evelyns were adored by Cainhurst Knights. How's our blade doing on durability? Yeah, not great. We'll use the cane for now. Oh, there's another servant. There might not be as many banshees here. Don't get me wrong, there's still going to be banshees. There's just going to be more of these. Oh my god! Oh, that was one of them with the rapier, and I didn't even notice. I thought they had a cane. Well, as you can see, there is a cost associated with making that kind of mistake. But we're doing fine. We're actually... I want to say we're closer to the boss than we are to the entrance, and Cainhurst is one of the bigger areas in the game, easily. So what we want to do, real quick, is use our Cold Blood Dew to head on back to the Hunter's Dream and repair our weapons really quickly. I do wish they retained that specific ability from the first Dark Souls, that you could, like, pay to repair your weapons and armor. Not upgrade them necessarily, as you could in Dark Souls 1, but just to repair them at, like, a bonfire, or a lamp. In Dark Souls 2, you auto-repaired most things, so that was a decent trade-off and probably preferable, but at the very least, let me repair them myself, you know? How many bloodstone chunks do we have, by the way? Oh man, we have enough. Hold on. Frenzied Cold Blood. Will that be enough to upgrade? Yes, it will. Now we need a straight-up Blood Rock, which we won't get for some time. In the meantime, we're gonna go ahead and tune up the Tonitrus, which seems to have decent strength scaling, but not much else going on. Because we are going to need that for our Chalice dungeon today. I promise you that. Oh wait, is it technically part of the hidden? Okay. So there is more stuff associated with the hidden headstone. I thought Cainhurst was associated with the Frontier. My bad. Now this time, we are more or less going to make a beeline for the second story and wring our echoes out of that servant. Such a satisfying sound, isn't it? Check this out. Yeah, I love that. Oh, that's it. They can hit you with blow darts that drive all of the Banshees insane. I think that's it anyway. Yeah, they've like marked us. And we're running, and we're running. Oh, this guy collected our souls instead of the one that killed us? That's very weird, but okay. Oh, dodge through it. Nice. Oh, it's that servant over there who's plugging me. Oh my god! The damage on those blow darts is insane. Like I said, this is why, despite their appearance, the Cainhurst servants can be really nasty. Also, they're all closing in on us, damn. Oh, instead of, like, getting him primed for a... Oh, no, no! Yeah, like I said, nasty. I don't know what aggroed all of them at once. It could be, getting tagged by one of those blow darts just has all the enemies in the area home in on you. That might be it. I honestly don't know. But yeah, there's no way we could have fought off... Well, actually there is. Sorry. The cane might actually be the better choice for the melee-based servants. The blade is objectively the better choice for just about everything else in this dungeon, but the cane is probably better in its transformed state for that, just for that whip function, to keep the swordsmen at bay. They do have some surprising reach, of course, but... No, there it goes. We're out of here. I have no idea what that actually does. We can get rid of this one on the front end, hopefully. Kept trying to dodge, but couldn't quite make it. At least it's nice to know what happens to the enemies, just like us. very fast with those counters. Oh, that one also has a blowpipe. Bet when you were fighting werewolves, you were not expecting elderly butlers to be some of the toughest enemies in the game, or some of the tougher enemies in the game, but here we are. More bloodstone chunks. I think blood rock is most easily obtainable, aside from the chalice dungeons, of course, because I think just about everything's in there at some point or another. In the Nightmare Frontier, maybe you can find one or two? Whew. There we go. Whew. Got all our echoes back. Now we can take it nice and easy. There's probably a couple more of them lurking around somewhere up here. But I know there's also some more treasure to be found around here. Yep. Here we go. Oh, you were the worst. And he can just tough through some of our blows. I don't know that there's too many more of them, though. I think most of the rapier-wielding servants are kind of concentrated in the library. I could be wrong on that, of course. I've often been wrong on this channel, but... Okay, so we didn't miss a door or anything down there, did we? No, no, no. But there is, as you could see, a second half to the library hidden over that bookshelf. Or a second half to the ground floor. Yeah, right over here. And believe you me, we want to get down there. So we have to access it from the third floor, it looks like. I think my armor's down there. Do we have to leave the library and come back? I don't remember. Well, let's have a look. So we access the ladder, right? From right over there. And it looks like... Yeah, we do come back in from somewhere. So let's keep that in mind for when we return to the library, if/when. And if not, we'll need to come back. So, right out the window to, somewhat precarious situation. Canehurst is going to ask you to platform a little bit. And check it out, it's one of these old man gargoyle monsters. Of course. Two of them, I'm sorry. Oh, they drop quite a lot of echoes, though. Just over 1,000. Okay, this might actually deposit us in the back half of the library. Yes, it does. We might find... There's one of the Wailing Banshees. The headless one. Well, not exactly headless, but the ones with the severed heads. They're frailer than the others, but I'm not entirely sure what happens if they get one of those whales off properly, nor do I want to learn. Thankfully, the Blades of Mercy can stunlock most things. Got marked there for a second. What on earth is up with that? Is this my armor? I think this might be my armor. No, it's an artifact called the Executioner's Gloves. It summons like a variety, or a smattering of projectiles that may home in on enemies. That might be my armor. Is it? Jackpot. Knight set. Well, one of two kind of quote-unquote knights sets. They're both really cool and I love them both. This is not the one I'm thinking of, but we'll take it. Attire of the Knights of Canehurst. A regal piece graced by intricate goldwork. The Canehurst way is a mix of nostalgia and bombast. They take great pride, even in the blood-stained corpses of beasts they leave behind, confident that they'll stand as examples of decadent art. It's not quite as good as Bone Ash, obviously few things are. A regal piece graced with gold work on red fabric, but damn does it look cool. In fact, if we combine it with, say... Oh no, not the top hat, maybe Gascoigne's hat. Yeah, this looks alright, and we look like, you know, peak Castlevania right now. And in fact, just to celebrate Canehurst, we'll keep this on until we hit the boss door, provided we can. Now, how to move on. Is there a switch or something in here? Something... No, this might just be a treasure room. For now. Oh yeah, no, we're supposed to walk over here, right? Because really precarious platforming is kind of the back half of this stage's thing. This should open a passage through the bookshelf. There we go. Oh! Ow, ow, ow! Bullets, please, thank you. And that also reveals our ladder up to the 3rd floor. Well, hey. I think there's just more of our friends here. As well as... What have we? Oh, a gemstone, okay. We will take it. Are there more banshees up here? Possibly? Maybe? No, but there's a bloodstone critter. Chunks? Yeah, a couple chunks, nice. Okay, so am I missing something here? Or did we get everything? I did see a bunch of messages over here. I'll read them to make sure I didn't miss out on anything. Oh, okay. Talking about the bloodstone critter. Lobby thing waits ahead, yeah, sure. That it does. Okay, so nothing more here for now. Let's continue onward then. Ah, now it's time to go even further into the castle. Oh, this is a red-eyed old man gargoyle monster. Which of course means he's more powerful. When he's got a posse. Oh, he actually hit us with the sonic attack. That one missed, because apparently their aim on uneven surfaces with that is not exceptional. Not like I'm complaining. There we go. So our boss fight is up there, I think. We have to make our way across. We got a knight's wig, which, yeah, sure, why not? Adornment prized by the Knights of Canehurst. Resembles a ponytail of silver hair. Yeah, there we go. Now that is classy. Replace our already nice black ponytail with, like, a clearly fake white one. Now, what we want to do here is walk out onto this little protrusion, drop down over here, make your way across, nice and easy, drop down over here. I've seen so many new players have a really hard time figuring out what to do here, because it doesn't look like you should either. Like, you should be able to walk on these turrets at all, or, like, even if you could, you probably shouldn't, because there's nothing over there, so, or associated with them, you know? Kin Cold Blood, nice. And is this it? Is this boss time? Oh dear, it is. So we got some bold hunter's marks, one of which we are going to use right off the bat, because I am not fighting this particular boss with this many blood echoes burning a hole in my pocket. If we want to, like, gain an audience with the Vile Blood faction leader, and believe me, we do, they're one of the more supportive NPCs in the game and can give us some pretty cool stuff, I think. We're gonna have to make it through one last trial. So first things first, back to the Hunter's Dream. I distinctly remember this next fight being really, really hard. But it's entirely possible the Blades of Mercy might make this just a little bit easier on us. I'm all right, let's go ahead and pop our Kin Cold Blood, why not? Which we've not read before. Cold blood of inhuman kin of the cosmos, brethren of the great ones. Dare not to delve into the world beyond humanity. The eldritch truth touched upon it long ago at Bergenworth, right? So we've got a tiny little cold blood dew. A pretty healthy, frenzied cold blood. And then a powerful... Oh. I've never seen this before. This is like a... We got this the other day, right? A strange gift from the messengers, inhabitants of the dream who revere the brave hunters. It's an artifact, used to envelop oneself in a black nightmarish mist, then transform into a messenger. The illusion is a parlor trick, and any large movement will break the spell. To preserve the guise, proceed very slowly. So this allows you to, like, hide, I suppose, from invaders, and maybe some NPCs? There we go.
Welcome, buddy. Very well then.
So we've got 3. We'll dump a couple more into Arcane. Or no, 1 into Arcane and a couple into Strength. There we go.
Farewell, good man.
Blood Tinge is going to be our only thing that isn't leveled up, like, pretty significantly throughout this playthrough, which means, unfortunately, a lot of Canehurst stuff is going to have to be put on the back burner, because as cool as Canehurst associated gear is, it's also really, 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 really reliant on blood tinge. Well, we're almost to the strength requirement for some of the heavier weapons, not like all of the powder keg weapons yet, of course. Oh yeah, we can also get Eileen's armor. And the Tomb Prospector stuff for clearing, a Chalice dungeon, maybe? Well, no matter, it's time to head back to Canehurst and throw ourselves against its boss, which is, That's a really good fight, man. It's a really good two-phase fight, and it is absolutely nail-biting. So first things first, we are going to hoof it over to our shortcut. And then we're going to use our new shortcut, that is the ladder that was on the back half of the movable bookshelf, to clamber up to the boss chamber quick as we like. I don't think, yeah, we shouldn't be caught by the, like, mutant gargoyle men, provided we just hoof it down the roof. Oh, didn't roll, quick stepped instead, which means we ran straight into it. Very bad. Whew, made it. If only just. Okay, here we go. Castle Canehurst, what you got? So a couple words on our boss before we start. As you'll see from the intro cinematic, you would expect this to be like probably a slow, ponderous, or even range-heavy, like maybe mage build, like a mage character. It is not. The boss in question has a lot of ranged blood-based attacks, but is, more than anything else in my mind anyway, a remarkably powerful and swift melee combatant. They have two phases. The first one, they'll be coming at us with a scythe and like a lot of blood attacks, and in the second, they'll eschew a lot of their like blood attacks in favor of just charging after us with a very long straight sword. They can be parried, they can be backstabbed. Problem is, again, they're really fast and really, really good at what they do, better than I am at what I do. They can also, like, charge up a really potent magic attack, I want to say, that involves, like, blood swords homing in on you, like being summoned out of a vortex or some such, that we can only destroy, or, halt by destroying a sword they plant somewhere around the arena. So, that said, I just wanted to give you, like, some basic strategy before we begin. Let's see what we've got. We're here at the end of the road. But notice the throne at the end of the roof. Clearly we've woken somebody up. And this, as you may be able to tell from the garments, is an executioner. Specifically, this is Martyr Ligarius, who personally sealed away and exterminated the Vile Blood Order, or Canehurst Order, and sealed away what he couldn't destroy, and is now, even in death, trying to guard them. And we're going to have to take him down for good, even when apparently, you know, decades or centuries exposed to the cold couldn't. Dude looks incredible, and you've not seen him relative to us, but he just towers over us and is fast. So fast. So he's got a homing soul mass, more or less. And he can really move. Uh-oh. Ran right into that one. Oh, shit! Right off the bat. Yeah, so the thing with Ligarius is his blood-based attacks deal ridiculous damage. It doesn't help that our blood tinge, and probably, as a result, our blood resistance is so low, but, his spells deal, as you saw, crazy damage. Good news. In the second phase of the fight, he stops using most of them. Bad news. He replaces them with attacks from that straight sword that come out really, really quickly and can put you on your back in a matter of seconds. So for the first phase, I'm thinking, since he doesn't rely on physical attacks that much, we might want to just go all in with the blood defense. Do we have anything with better blood defense? The standard hunter set. We'll stick with this for now, though. And, somehow the speed of those projectiles means they'll hit us every time, which is fine. We're just gonna hoof it, hoof it, hoof it. I'm thinking for Phase 1, since he doesn't have much in the way of melee attacks, we'll just wail on him with the transformed blades, and then for Phase 2, once he starts getting physical, we can swap to the one-handed blade and pistol to hopefully, like, parry him a couple times. It's doable. He's not as hard to parry as some of the humanoid bosses we'll have to have fought by the time we complete the game. Not remotely. The tricky thing is keeping him from spamming that attack where he spawns a large skull and then detonates it. That's the one that effectively killed us last time. I believe he's weak to fire. Being, you know, a desiccated corpse, you would be. Yep, here it comes. Yeah, that's the attack I'm worried about. No, 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 we might want the standard one-handed blade for this, too. That's what one skull did to us. Oh man, he's such a monster. So he even has a faster version of that ult. Or, not the ult, the close range, like, AoE. He's got quite a bit of health, doesn't he? Oh, walked right into that one. They deal so damn much damage. Shit! He actually used his melee combos there. So, I'm sure at this point we can see the problem with Martyr Ligarius, right? He has a ton of health, he's very fast, and most of his attacks could kill us inside of a couple blows. No question. In fact, I'm wondering if the cane might not just be preferable for him. But we'll give the blades one more try. Again, once we can start reliably, like, backstabbing or parrying him, this fight can become much easier. The only problem is more or less everything you do in this fight is exceedingly high risk. Which, I mean, that's fine. He's a bonus boss, you know, he's supposed to be very, very challenging. And, oh, there they go. He's hiding some really, really good stuff. He might be the second hardest boss we have left to fight in the main story, in my estimation, but we'll see. In fact, I'm gonna see new strategy yet again. If we can't find a good opportunity to backstab him while he's in the first phase, because I want to say, just because he breaks out more physical attacks, the second phase is a bit easier to manage. Not because he deals less damage, he does not, but because he's, well, just much more vulnerable to you. He doesn't retreat quite as much. Alright, once more. Skulls do have a slight homing effect, because of course they do. Why wouldn't they? Okay, so even though we didn't get the backstab, making the most of that actually did take off a... Yes! Huge chunk of his health, and even though we got hit by the skulls, it was worth it. Good, good. Uh-oh, phase 2, I think. He does transform into phase 2 pretty early on. And of course there's an AoE. Of course there is. He's planting the sword, that's bad. We want to get rid of the sword as quickly as possible. He is now a really proficient sword fighter. And yeah, that starts happening all over the damn place. This fight is, as you can see, kind of overwhelming. And we might not stay at it just forever if we don't have to. In fact, hold on, let me check something. I'm curious. Okay. Okay, that's what I thought. Sorry, I just had to look something up to make sure I wasn't totally misremembering how the fight works, but when he's trying to buff himself, you know, charge himself up and all that, we can backstab him to keep him from becoming more powerful. He'll still have his moveset, like the melee moveset, but he won't be nearly as unmanageable as he was once he charged up that time. And thankfully, the charge up for the second phase is really, really generous. So as long as we jog on over, backstab him, and hopefully get another visceral attack in, he should fall in short order. Well, shorter order. Didn't get off a single low dart that time. Yeah, there they go. Yeah, let's try it this way. So backstabbing him while he's prepping the large, like, homing skull burst is a good idea. And I'm curious, according to what I just read, his attacks deal arcane damage for the most part, and oh, we do not exactly have the world's greatest arcane-resistant armor on right now, but for those melee attacks, it might be worth it to tough this out with the Bone Ash set. Right, so let's try this again. Let's go shank a demigod to death. Where are my echoes, man? I need my echoes. Yeah, that's the attack we want to punish. Fortunately, he doesn't really seem to have many attacks in this phase. Come on. Give us the big one. That's it. Well, we got an attack in, at least. Not that it did much, but we got the attack in. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. That's the wrong attack. Come on, Loggy. That's it. No, 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 no. We can't land those backstabs quite as easily as we did the first time around. Wonder what's up with that. No! No! The stupid thing still caught me, the attack. Oh, man. I'm sorry about this, but what can I say? Tough fight. Oh, and we're almost out of blood vials. Good. Gonna give this one more try before we go attempt something else instead to recoup our losses. But I think we might be on the right track when it comes to wearing him down during that charged magic attack, but maybe instead of going for backstabs, we should just, you know, get in and throw a couple of these at him before retreating, just as the spell finishes its preparation. Anything? Anything for us? Nope. Okay. And then, yeah, as long as we backstab him while he preps for Phase 2, we might be able to pull this out. Emphasis on might. For me, at least, he's probably one of the hardest fights the series has to offer. Totally fair. I mean, there's no, like, really poor design choices here, but insanely trying. Also, I'll have to see if we can improve armor. I don't know that we can. I don't think that we can, but if we can, may want to do that as well. If we can't take him down right now, we're going to head to the Nightmare itself, the Nightmare Frontier and all that, to do a little bit of prep work and get ready to dive into more Chalice dungeons. That'll help us level up again, at least. Hey, somebody else with great fashion sense, I see. Alright, let's give this one more go. The attack we don't want to see. There's the one we do want to see, but he prepped it at an inopportune time. There we go. I think it's telling that even, like, the normal quote-unquote human bosses scream non-stop. Or in this case, at least his skulls do. Bloodborne really likes its noise. Yeah, so remember our buddy Alfred, like the really kind, affable dude from the Cathedral Ward? He worked for and effectively worshipped this guy. And as I'm sure you can tell, Ligarius is not exactly using holy powers here. Nope. Not today. Or not this time, I should say. He's very reactive. Ooh. Come on. Hit us with the big one. Oh yeah, you can actually, if you're really good, which I'm not, dash through, like, the line of skulls. Nope, here it comes. Backstab. Yes! Hey MC, how's it going? We are fighting probably the hardest boss in the entire game that I can remember. This is Martyr Ligarius, and he sucks. Oh, got him. Got him. No. Gotta get away from the swords. Nope, no. Why don't you fight with a giant wheel like your order? Come on, be a team player. There we go. Pretty lithe for a giant desiccated corpse, isn't he? Okay, so, like Gwyn, your parries are kind of easy, more or less. As long as you don't do that, of course. Thankfully, we stopped him, I think, from buffing his damage. And we can still cause him to flinch. Thank you, Bloodborne Wiki from Fextra Life. Oh no. No! No! Oh, shit! I will say, definitively, this game frustrates me way more than the others in the franchise, and I'll include Sekiro in that estimation. It feels... Well, I mean, I'm just going to say it. It does feel cheaper than the other entries in the series. Like, what's a good way of what's a good comparison to make? Dark Souls, Demon Souls as well. Sekiro plays by a similar strategy, but really going for the fantasy role-playing analogy here is like a tough but fair GM. They want to get in like a tabletop role-playing game. They want to give you lots of challenges that cause you to think on your feet and have to constantly rack your brain for, oh, what tool out of this massive toolkit I've been given, what do I use here, what's the best strategy to implement, or something like that. Bloodborne beautiful, like really awe-inspiring as it is, at many times is like the style of GM that Gary Gygax wanted his players to work with in the early days of Dungeons and Dragons, like merciless, just stopping just shy of being openly antagonistic towards its players, and with the stated goal of killing you, not challenging you, killing you. There's a reason why Gygax's DM philosophy is kind of considered outdated, I think, by and large. And, yeah, Bloodborne kind of has a similar problem. So, we're leaving Ligarius alone for now, because, well, among other things, I need more blood vials. And instead, what we're going to do is, well, first things first, can we get more blood vials? No, not right now. That's fine. We're going, excuse me, to head to the Nightmare Frontier, as not only can we get some blood vials here, but even though it's a really tough area, and I mean really tough, I distinctly remember the boss isn't that bad, and if we defeat them, we'll get our third of 4 major chalices we have to find from the world itself. There's lots of treasure here, but I want to say it in a super long area. Alright. Hello, messed up werewolf. Goodbye, messed up werewolf. Yeah, and let's not forget, the enemy hunters are here. We got some iron elixir, maybe? That's a shortcut we can access later, I think. So we'll need to track down the bell ringer from the School of Mensis. So at the very least, these monsters aren't super resilient. The hunters are, though, of course. As I'm sure you guys remember, NPC hunters in this game tend to have quite a lot of health. Yep, here they come. Oh wait, no, this one doesn't have too much health, my bad. I'm sure they can do, yeah, a hell of a lot of damage with the axe, but... Alright, what's contestant number 2 have? Oh! An old friend! Lots of NPC hunters in this game go for the cane, don't they? I mean, it is a really, really good, like, mid-range weapon, but down they go. We get a lead elixir from one, and a lead elixir from the other. Alright, not too bad. Right, bell ringer. She's somewhere around here. Oh, hello. There should also be, like, some massive eldritch giants somewhere around here. Oh, there she is. Hello. We'll be right with you, ma'am. We do want to get to her before she starts summoning in other players. That would be quite nasty. I know we're being chased by something, but it doesn't matter, because she's almost gone. There we go. Oh! Oh my god. Yeah, once you get those guys down to... Usually, once you damage them substantially, they will drop down, I think, to all fours and act much like a standard Lycan. Blood gemstone, nice. Blood vial, thank you. Here's where the giants are. And, yeah, the AoE from those boulders actually sticks around for a good while. Now, I distinctly remember these guys not having the most health in the world. Yeah, and as you can see, they really don't. They're just very powerful ranged enemies. What's down here? Cold Blood Flower Bud. Okay, more ritual materials for the Chalice dungeons. The Nightmare Frontier really is quite beautiful, isn't it? Okay, let's... There we go. Oh! Man, are you kidding me? That's... What even hit us? I mean, obviously there's another giant somewhere, but... That's Bloodborne for you. Does the bell-ringing woman come back? Or is that like a one-time thing with the NPC hunters? Gotta go get our echoes. Yeah, it looks like she might not have come back. There it is. Yeah. Wondering where that one was. There's a bunch of those little parasite-looking things crowded around what's probably an item. I think we might be able to get the cannon ranged weapon here, maybe? Could be misremembering, but I think there's some kind of special weapon or what have you can find somewhere around here. A couple pieces of gear, maybe. Again, they want to give you some good rewards for the Nightmare Frontier, since it is, again, entirely optional. Fairly certain. And once more, our goal, our ultimate goal, is to get down to the very bottom of the frontier. Fading Lake Rune. Yet another one of those resistance buffing runes, I think, right? Well, there's some more giants. Oh, there we go. Yeah, here's the path back to where we were rock bombed. Oh, and these little bloodstone shard critters do respawn. That's interesting. I guess because they exist primarily to lure us into the giant's line of fire. Gotta keep an eye on the other giants. That must be the one that clipped us earlier. I got your number. Yep, here he comes. Oh, and that one somehow got all of our echoes. Okay. Okay, now that we've taken care of that, we should be able to head on around the periphery and chop him down as well. quickly, quickly. Perfect. Nice and vulnerable. Gnarly looking tree, isn't it? Of course, we'll have time to explore all of this later. I think we might be able to open a shortcut up over here, maybe? Kinda, sorta? Let's see. Oh, there's more of these disgusting things. It's like a jumbo version of the bloodstone critters. Oh, in fact, that's exactly what it is. Twin bloodstone shards, very nice, thank you. Oh, check it out, if you look, you can actually see the towers of the Nightmare Mensis over there. I never noticed that before. So the Nightmare, even though it's this bizarre eldritch realm, does seem to have some consistent geography. That's interesting. I'm gonna have to check once we get over there, hopefully later today, if we can see the frontier from there. Here we go. This is the shortcut we can open. Just kind of bring down this natural tombstone. We've got a way back down to the area near the lamp. Twin bloodstone shards, yep. Pretty good, pretty good. We want to avoid falling down there for now if we can. Now let's check out this side path that we... Or no, we can't. My bad. Oh, we might have to work our way back around yet again. Like I said, this is not a super big area, but there is a lot to see here. Oh, jeez. Okay. No! No! This is a scenario for the whip. In part because these nightmarish things don't have a whole lot of health to begin with. Oh, but they deal toxin damage. They deal toxin damage. How do you feel about fire? Yeah, that's what I thought. Oh, you're just the worst. There's a ton of them crowded around. They weren't even crowded around loot or anything, I don't think. Ew, they could just spit concentrated toxin into our faces. That's nice. Is this a toxic swamp? No, just poisonous. Listen to me, just poisonous. What has the series done to me? That's a good thing, just slow, painful death. Alright, let's hoof it across the swamp quick as we can and get on over to the giant. See a light? I follow the light. Cold blood, nice. Oh god, it's a giant one. This will get us round to the giant, shouldn't it? Oh no! Well, a giant, but maybe not the giant. Good, give me some health, please. Health and a ton of echoes, nice. Now, there is some treasure that one of the little monsters dropped down there, but also some treasure up here. Oh, another rune, clear deep sea. Lots of aquatic themes with these runes, hey, which considering the lore's Lovecraftian inspiration, really shouldn't be that surprising. Oh, cold blood. Okay. Chance I could hang it? No, I cannot hang out here to reduce my poison buildup. Damn it. Let's run. Cold blood flower buds. We'll take them. Oh, another giant. Good! Very good. Just who I wanted to see. Y'all don't happen to have any blood vials around here, do you? No bloodstone. Which, I mean, is something, I guess. Okay, so we're nearing, I think, the lift, and also the boss. Yeah, the boss is fought in that courtyard down there, but it's protected, gasp, by winter lanterns. You know, those terrible, witchy-looking things that crank our frenzy through the roof. So even though it's going to use up most of our... sedative... we're going to try to lure them out. Nope, no dice. Oh my god, no! That's new! That's new! That's never happened before. And we're dead. No? No, not quite. Okay. Well, I never want to do that again. Let's use Ariana's blood, why not? MC says not completely brain dead. No, no, not at all. These things are horrible, and they only appear in the nightmare, near as I can tell. Notice what appears to be like the wreck of a ship somewhere down there. We won't see that in the main game, at least, but I think that's actually a hint to the DLC. Or foreshadowing the DLC, I should say. Something you may notice is that the Winter Lanterns actually have the doll's dress and voice. They're like distorted versions of something or someone we love. Which, yeah, that sounds like Lovecraft, alright. What's over here? More lead elixir? Nice. Oh, I can hear them. Oh, God. Where's that elevator? We need that elevator very, very badly. Up there, maybe? Blood vials, thank you. Yeah, this looks like it might be some kind of... Oh, Jesus. Some kind of shortcut. Yep. Oh, thank you. Here we go. This will take us right back to the lamp, or it should. This really cool-looking Eldritch elevator. Which will allow us to, among other things, buy some more blood vials that we're going to need for this boss. This boss, again, probably shouldn't take me too many tries if I have even a slight idea or recollection of what I'm doing. But, can be really dangerous. If you don't evade some of its attacks. Certain of its attacks, I should say. Hope you guys are ready. It's time to throw down with another old one. You know what, let's go ahead and just buy, like... Yeah, buy as many as we can, screw it. This is, instead of levels, we are buying blood vials today. That's fine. We can level up off of what we'll get out of the Chalice dungeon, believe you me. Back to the frontier. Then hopefully we'll be able to find the key to that, that door in the Cathedral Ward. Because once we do, there's 2 bosses waiting for us on the other side, including, as I said, a boss I have never beaten before. Actually, not ever even come close to beating before. So you know that's gonna be fun. Now the toughest thing we'll have to fight our way through to get to the boss, it's a very short boss run here, thankfully, is 1 or 2 winter lanterns, I think. Oh, jeez. Otherwise, it's just more of these guys. And, like, there's some optional treasure in the bog down there if you want it. We don't, at the moment. We just want to cross the bridge and get to our boss fight. Oh no, no winter lantern. My bad. Alright, you guys ready for this? Beautiful looking archway, isn't it? I typically love quote-unquote Eldritch style, architecture and design in games. Hence why I really, really dig this game's aesthetics. So our boss here is, does it have a cutscene or no? It's one of the amygdala. We get to fight it directly, and oddly enough, its weak points are its joints, or I should say its limbs. You can attack its body or its head, but it takes very little damage from either. You want to go after this guy, you've got to go for its arms, really, more than anything else. See? Oh, and it does have the eye laser attack, don't you worry. Okay, so I'm thinking, as cool as it is, Blade of Mercy might not be the go-to here, just because its range is so short, and Amygdala, at least in this stage, keeps its limbs off the ground a lot of the time. Well, no, there we go. As we can see, it's actually pretty easy to stun Amygdala, thankfully. Remember, it's the god of fear, not exactly the god of, well, war or anything like that. And look at it just beating the crap out of the ground with its wounded, broken arm. It has multiple phases as well, and things get really interesting in, like, the last phase of the fight. Here it comes, I think. Yeah? Is this it? No. Did it grow more arms at a certain point? Woo! So it throws these little tantrums a lot, like, a lot. Oh my god! As I said, deals lots of damage. Thankfully, aside from the laser, it doesn't have much in the way of, like, strong ranged options. Like so. It hadn't gone to its final phase yet, that's very weird. Uh-oh. Oof. See, we want into this tower that it's guarding? Question mark? Come on, let's smash one of these left arms. Uh-oh. Ooh! Nice. Here it comes. Yeah, it rips off 2 of its own arms. Last Giant style. But we wounded it. Notice that compared to, like, thick spider, this old god is not that strong. And in fact, it's dead. There we go. Goodbye, Amygdala. You were, at least stylistically, a very cool fight. But not much else. We got the Ailing Lauren Chalice, which will gain us access to our 3rd major, like, chalice tile set. And a lamp. And with that, like I said, we can go out and there's, like, maybe an artifact and a cannon to find somewhere around here, but nothing for our build. So with that, we're going to head back to the Hunter's Dream. Well, we've made it, but hold on, I'm gonna look up, I know I've been looking things up quite a bit, but I'm gonna look up one more thing to make sure I haven't missed the key to the Cathedral Ward door. And what do you know? I did. Yeah. We're missing one key, and you'll never guess where it is. It's in the subterranean, or the Hypogean jail in Yargel, I think. But once we have hold of it, we can access one brand new area with some cool new stuff to find, as well as one boss we should be able to take on right now, and one boss that's definitely going to be saved for, like, end game. Now, even though we killed, quote-unquote, our amygdala in the Nightmare Frontier, these, I guess, lesser amygdala are still roaming around. We won't be rid of them, well, until certain of the endings, I don't think. Oh, no, you don't. Oh, never mind. No! Are you kidding me? Here again? God damn. Least favorite area of the game, easily. Not my least favorite area in the franchise. That, I don't know if we've seen that one yet. No, we have not. We have not yet seen my least favorite area in the entire Soulsborne franchise, but we will very soon. Let me go get my damn key and get the hell out of this place, never to return. Go. What does she drop? Bullets usually, right? Yeah. Right, so we're going to have to go through those weird skinless beasts in the Hypogean jail to get access to, our key. Then we'll never have to come back here again. Have to, being the operant term. See how much damage we can do to this thing in one go. Oh, quite a lot. Not quite enough, but this should do it. Yeah. Oh, look, it doesn't even look skinless. It looks like it's been partially reconstructed from, like, components of different skeletons. Ugh. Now, this is the area where we found, like, the entrance to Parl's boss room, right? So that's not what we're going for. We're going even deeper, past the second skinless beast. Or if only that thing could reach! Oh my god! 4-hit combo? Oh wait, no. The beast from the start of the game had one as well, I think. Carrying that charge is, comparatively speaking, really easy. Comparatively speaking? Alright. Bloodstone shards, which we have more than enough of. Here we go. This is what we want. Nothing horrible waiting to ambush us here, right? Or no, bloodstone chunks. Not quite what we want, but we'll take them. Plenty of bloodstone in this area thanks to all of the deceased snatchers. Is this even the right area? Hold on, double checking. Mm-hmm. Right? Oh dear. We're going to have to do like a crazy run past the laser shooting amygdala and Hemwick witches, apparently. But we can manage, I think, right? It's gotta be easier running from that laser than running into it. Look at our giant torch just strapped to our back. Yeah, so apparently there's going to be a hole in the fence somewhere up at the top of the stairs. Maybe, kinda, sorta. Yeah, right up here. Okay, good. Down we go. Are you kidding me? Got some special cold blood. Anything over here? Oh, we've got blood ogres. Good. Yeah, one visceral attack won't quite kill him in here. That's where we want to go, though. Right in there. Oh no, we're gonna have to find another way around. Damn it. We fell one stage too far, but we got some loot. And there's almost all of my health gone. Down he goes. What's in here? Artifact or something? Oh, the tiny Tonitrus. That is what that really, really powerful Yargle hunter was using to call down those chains of lightning bolts. It is an artifact. And a pretty solid one, I think. Oh yeah, this is the area across from the lobby, or the area with all of the Hemwick witches. Oh god, they're so aggressive. I never get used to this. Very satisfying how they just explode into their constituent blood, though. Blood vial, thank you, thank you. Ow. So hold on. Let me double check again. No? This looks to be the only way forward, right? Oh no! No, no, no. There was a silly me. Access way up here. Now, from here, we should be able to access our key, which is locked in that little cell. Blood vials, bullets, thank you. Yeah, so from right in here. There we go, finally. In the hands of this old, like, healing church official, we find the upper cathedral key. Go ahead and use our bold hunter's mark to get the hell out of here without losing these echoes. And then, well, we'll level up probably once or twice. Then we can hoof it over to the church workshop to open up the door at the very top of the tower. Lots of jumping around in this episode, I know. Alright, what can we do here? Just two, okay. Does any of this increase our, like, elemental resistances? Looks like it doesn't. That could be linked almost entirely to runes and gems and things like that. So, how about... one more endurance, one more strength. That ought to do us.
Farewell, may you?
We also may be able to upgrade the Tonitrus a couple more times, which, trust me, we really want to do. We'll go ahead and top off our weapon's durability, why not? And we'll keep upgrading the cane, just in case we do need it later on. Blood gem fortification, is there anything better for our blades? Ken Hunter's damp blood gem, useful against, like, old ones. Okay. Okay. Ooh, even better sharp bloodstone, it looks like. We get slightly worse skill scaling, but we get additional physical attack. Well, we'll go ahead and take that for now, I think. Yeah, why not? And then when it comes to runes, did we find anything good? Well, every kind of resistance you could think of. Just standard defense boost. Yeah, that looks like we've got some of the best defenses for what we're attempting to accomplish here. Now let's go ahead and check out the Upper Cathedral key. Key to the Upper Cathedral Ward Seal. The upper echelons of the Healing Church are formed by the School of Mensis, based in the Unseen Village, i.e. the ones who kind of went rogue, and the choir occupying the Upper Cathedral Ward. This key brings one a step closer to the choir. Right, so our current order of business is to, well, go more or less throw down with the choir to hopefully get some more context as to what exactly is going on in Yharnam. So for this, we're going to warp to the Cathedral Ward, of course. And this next area, if I recall, is just full of brain suckers and pretty powerful lichens. Last time we'll be seeing those guys for a while outside of Chalice Dungeons, I believe. But is otherwise pretty short and sweet. And the boss is really something special. Not challenging, terribly challenging, but really, really interesting mechanically, I think. On past our ailing friends. Now we've just got to clear the workshop one more time. He tried so hard. Good news, the Blade of Mercy can, like, outmaneuver just about anything else, or beat any other attack in the game to the draw, with very few exceptions. There we go. Bullets, bullets. Nice. Did one of the hunters who did not use a firearm drop some bullets? That's uncommon. Go. More blood vials, awesome. Ooh! He caught us perfectly with that brick. Come on. Come on. What on earth happened to the ogre? Did he get distracted or what? Oh my god, looks like he might have. Well, that'll get us our health back. And as long as he doesn't go toppling over the edge, which I mean he probably will. Yeah. Okay. Oh, check it out! Perfect. Perfect positioning there. Just barely hanging on. Hold on. I'm gonna... Goodness gracious. Wait a minute, does he... have gauze or a blindfold over his eyes? I think he does. Oh my god. Aside from the ones wearing, like, the crow-shaped goggles, or goggles in the likeness of a crow, I suppose I should say, all of these elderly wheelchair-bound hunters have been going after us blind. Jesus. Love these guys so much. I think they actually appear, or they might appear elsewhere in the nightmare, believe it or not, when, like, a lot of other hunter types don't. There we go. Finally. Welcome to a really cool end-game area. The Upper Cathedral Ward. As I said, short and sweet, but visually stunning. And hey, check it out. This, like, little baby Great One, if you recall, is something we saw statues of in and around Yarkle. And it's trying to eat us, so it deserves death, of course. They've got plenty of health and aren't super dangerous, but might as well cut them down, right? There's plenty of those guys around here. So let me try to orient myself really quickly. Sorry, give me a minute. God, it's so gorgeous here. So our ultimate goal here is either the clock tower or, like, well, no, that structure, I believe. We also want to go to that little balcony with a light emanating from it, because we'll be able to get a special gesture that's actually kind of important there. Hello again. These church servants are way more powerful than the ones in the Cathedral Ward. Like, the OG Cathedral Ward. I was not expecting to die that quickly. I was also not expecting those guys to just totally no-sell the whip attacks. Did the ones in the regular Cathedral Ward do that? Not with whip attacks, maybe with cane attacks. So yeah, those guys are also around again, but I want to say not just a ton of them. Well, once more. There should be a lamp not too far into the Upper Cathedral Ward where we could save. It's, like most of Bloodborne's challenges from this point on, going to be us against a bunch of enemies that can lay us flat in 2 seconds straight. Oddly enough, save the boss. Don't have time for this. Pardon me, excuse me, coming through. Beep, beep. Come on, give me your best. Thank you. Here we are once again. We'll just leave the baby Ken creature for now. Hey, y'all like fire? Of course you do. Well, you kind of sort of do, actually. Damn, you don't take much damage from those at all. There we go. Oh, and we managed to just, by sheer luck, dodge right through the other one's projectiles. Oh, he's got an AoE. Of course he does. But we got a backstab in. Nice, 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 nice. There's another baby old one over here, or great one. Several, actually. We can hear someone or something associated with the choir singing. And one bite from that thing caused us to frenzy. How do you like that? Here's our lamp. I'm thinking Kane might actually be better for this whole area. Just for crowd control. Because you see, there's like a lot of these things. A whole lot of them in this area. Notice they're all watching, like, the Grand Cathedral very intently. Foreshadowing. So just like Bergenworth had Rom as kind of a divine protector or an artificially divine associate, the Great Cathedral of the Healing Church, or I should say the Healing Church itself, also has an old one in their corner. And they are, coincidentally, the most benevolent old one that we run into, who mean nothing but the very best for all of the people in Yharnam that just don't know the best way to help them, and so are indirectly responsible for a lot of this. And this whole little leg of the late game is based around finding our way to an audience with that creature and squaring off with it. Again, I should point out, a totally innocent creature that is just trying to help, but because people didn't know how to use its powers responsibly, and it also didn't know the best way to use its powers to help them, ended up causing a whole lot of this mess. And it is the boss I've mentioned several times now that I've never beaten before. So, we're gonna have fun. Crows are getting kind of tanky all of a sudden, aren't they? Also, good to see that the crows are still getting work this late in the game. I don't know if there are like hostile NPC hunters in this area, but I think there might be, like associated with the choir. Cold blood, very nice. There's one of them with a scythe. Got him. Alright. Brain sucker. Fun times for all. Will this backstab actually kill it? Oh yes, it will. Lovely. There's a lot of them here. Oh, and we got the choir set, saved for the headdress, I think. The fancy little golden headdress. So this area is just filled to the brim with Lycan encounters. MC says, suck on this. Yeah, I should have used that one. I really should have. So this... We've gone from Castlevania and Canehurst to Resident Evil with this particular area. Because somewhere around here, like, one of the beasts is going to... Oh, hello. One of the beasts is going to, like, crash through a window like that. Be more impactful if I actually had eyes on it, but... Is it me, or is this one larger than normal? It's also got glowing blue eyes, which is... Hey, you're already almost dead. That ain't bad. Here, have a free one. On me. It's basically lichens and bloodsuckers, or brain suckers from this point on. By the way, Brainsucker is not just some, like, very amateurish little, like, colloquial name I came up with. That, I believe, is their official name. I guess they needed like a non-copyrighted or a non-property associated version of Mind Flayer. So we just head on down, and oh no, several werewolves. Specifically 3 werewolves, oh my god. Run away, run away. We are going to cheese these things to death because, well, I mean, it's a FromSoft game. It's basically one constant war between you and the developers. Use all the tricks at your disposal to win. MC says Brainsucker is indeed the official name. I thought so. They can actually show up as bosses in the Chalice dungeons. So more like a mini-boss, but you get what I mean. Oh, I would have been so mad if that thing killed me after I got rid of all the others. So I think this place was like an orphanage or something, where children were taken to be experimented on or converted into potential great ones, like all of those poor little, larval great ones we saw all around the exterior. Oh, hello. Not gonna try to suck my brain, are you? Oh no, it's trying to immobilize me so it can suck my brain! Help! No, 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 no! Woo! Please never do that again. That would have sucked. Okay. There's a couple more of them in here. I love, like, the suspenseful, like, strings playing in the background. Oh, Cosmic Eye Watcher badge. This is the badge associated with the choir, right? We'll take a look at that in a minute. MC says I was doing a listing for our survival campaign. It's hard not to pick everything for our exodus. Oh, you're leaving either your current region or your current island for another one? Right on. Way to progress. Oh! Oh, no! Oh, shit. There was another one. Of course there was another one. Why wouldn't there be another one? It's Bloodborne. Gotta love that stamina. We've got more than enough now, I would say. MC says leaving the island because giant insects with acid blood. Well, I mean, yeah, that'd do it for me. I can see your logic there. I think in this entire orphanage, our only real threats are brain suckers, like a ton of them, and a ton of the lichens. Not this time, brain sucker. Could you just, like, turn back around, please? Yeah, there you go. Like, once I get close, you... dodge through it. How you like that, sucker? This is why I try to avoid comedy for my streams. No, no! Hey, some bloodstone chunks. It was well worth it. So this should open up a shortcut, right? And not cause me to blow a gasket because there's gonna be like 3 brain suckers in here. No, just the one over there. Nope, 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 nope. No, no, shit! No, this is gonna be bad. So I think after a successful suckin', it gains more powerful, like, magical abilities, maybe? Or something. I'm sure it can do something with the tendril. Yeah, like so. The ones up here are pretty tanky. Everywhere else we've seen them in the game, they've been... I mean, not unusually weak, but a little on the frail side, right? Or they left themselves in positions that were really easy to backstab them from. So we've got a couple pearl slugs. Those are more ritual materials, I think. And also the blindfold cap of the choir. I want to say the choir set might have, like, really good arcane resistance, maybe? We also gain access to yet another a pair of brain suckers. Oh no. Don't worry, once we're through with this area, we will not have to come back here ever again. Oh, that one dropped the key to the orphanage. Good, we can get out of here now. And, for instance, to the balcony, where we learn the most important gesture in the entire series. That's not a joke. Y'all know what time it is. We learned how to make contact. Specifically, how to make contact with old ones. So we're gonna go ahead and set this in our gesture menu. Hold on. Because we are going to need this at a couple different places. Yeah, y'all know what time it is. About 12:15. And there's nothing else to get from the balcony, I don't believe. Now we're going to head back down to the ground level, and we can open up a really tremendous shortcut, the front doors of the orphanage. Speaking of, we got any lore here? Birthplace of the choir. The orphanage, shadowed by the Grand Cathedral, was a place of scholarship and experimentation, where young orphans became potent, unseen thinkers for the healing church. The choir, that would later split the healing church, was a creation of the orphanage. Okay, so some of the orphans went on to become members of the choir. I'm guessing some were transformed into brain suckers, and some into those weird little, like, kind of natal old ones we saw around the outside. That's my thinking, anyway. I really like this area. It's very, very suspenseful and claustrophobic. And this is as close as Bloodborne ever gets to going just out and out with its Ritual Blood 5. Oh man. That is some strong stuff. Now we can open the door to the orphanage. And in addition to allowing us to open, like, the main gates here, it gives us access to a corridor that leads directly to our boss. Now hold on. What level is Arcane? 7. Hold on. I'm gonna go, like, polish up this cane one more time if I can. Because the boss fight coming up is one we definitely would rather have the cane for than the blades. The Blades of Mercy are so good, but this next fight's all about crowd control, and you don't want to miss this. I think it's a really cool fight. Dropped my phone, it almost knocked my drink over. That would have been awful. Oh right, we got a new badge, right? Let's check that out. I honestly do not remember what it gives us. Badge of the Choir, Healing Church Elites. The eye signifies the very cosmos. It's gorgeous too, isn't it? The choir stumbled upon an epiphany, very suddenly and quite by accident. Here we stand, feet planted in the earth, But might the cosmos be very near us? Only just above our heads? We shall see. First off, any new armor? No. So this gives us access to the Rose Marinus. We finally get to figure out what this thing does as well. A special weapon used by the choir sprays a cloud of sacred mist created by using blood-imbued quicksilver bullets as a special medium. Arias are heard wherever sacred mist is seen, proving that the mist is a heavenly blessing. Oh, fair maiden, why is it that you weep? So what does it do? I have no idea. Do we get a special, like, weapon with it? No, we do not. I don't think. So just the Rose Marinus and maybe, like, some consumable items? Oh, a hand lantern we can attach to our belt for just 2,000 echoes. We might want to pick that one up for the, for the Chalice dungeons. See? There we go. Let's tune this cane up just a little bit more. Still nowhere near as strong as our Blade of Mercy, but the added range and crowd control benefits are really gonna be worth it, I think. Okay, y'all ready for this? What do you think? What do you think our boss is gonna be? Well, I mean, like... My mod's present in chat, and I'm pretty sure they already know what the boss here is. But, trust me, y'all, it's really cool. It's a 3-phase boss fight, although if you're quick about it, you won't see hardly any of the second or third phases. As I've said, not the hardest fight, but a very cool one, set in one of the most picturesque and lovely... Oh, hello, Celestial Emissary. You're foreshadowing. One of the most picturesque and lovely arenas in the series. Not quite as nice as the lake, but it's a beautiful garden, full of very special celestial flowers. And our boss is the Celestial Emissary, one of these guys, one specific emissary. Notice the only one without a health bar. That's the one we want to take down. The rest of these just exist to run interference for the boss. And we want to attack the boss until we get it down to phase 2. The boss usually will spend most of the fight, or this stage of the fight, retreating from us. And more of these things seem to be spawned forth from the garden. As you can see, the boss doesn't have the most health in the world, which is fine by me. This fight's all about crowd control. Like a frankly ludicrous amount of crowd control. Until you get the boss down to its second phase, of course. Oh my god. Here it comes. Right? No, not yet. See, it'll transform twice to take on more imposing, appearances and movesets. Oh, here it comes. Yes, it is the great Celestial Emissary. Jigglier and more resplendent than any of its lesser brethren. Oh god, I love this guy. So now he's a very, very potent physical attacker, believe it or not. He will transform yet again once we wear him down just a bit more. The little ones can be quite damaging all on their own. relatively speaking, he's not... I mean, he deals damage, yes, but he's big and slow and not so much of a threat. Uh-oh. Phase 3? Oh, damn, it actually killed me, wow. Okay, well, first time playing the game in ages, that's kind of to be expected. And Arcane isn't quite as strong as it should be. Normally at this point I have Arcane plus 9, or maybe even 10? But once you wear it down to like maybe the last quarter of its health, somewhere around there, I think it'll sprout tendrils from like the bulbous sac on its head and start using powerful magic attacks, much like the ones we fought in the forest. So, real quick, we are going to use some bolt paper on our weapon before we go in to help us cut through these guys in short order. That, and we've also not really used a lot of bolt paper in the game, so might as well show it off. I'm pretty sure the kin, that's what the, like, old ones and associated creatures are collectively referred to as, I think. Pretty sure the kin are weak to lightning. Yeah, check that out. Ow. The only problem with using heavy attacks here is, for all their faults, the Celestial Emissaries are very, very fast for, like, normal humanoid enemies once they really go off on a tear. So unlike Rom, who would kind of whose defenses would kind of, like, coordinate themselves, this guy just kind of tends to run away and let his guards catch up. There's no, like, coordination on their part. And I think the little ones will keep coming, no matter what. How about some more bolt paper? Thank you. Ooh. Getting slapped to death by E.T. is a very humiliating way to go, believe you me. Thanks to bolt paper, though, we can take down his entire entourage in short order. Phase 3, or... Yeah, here it comes. Notice how it's just kind of slowly ambling down the stairs. If you've got like a strength build or something, you can just tank whatever this guy's got to throw at you. This fight can be over really quickly. Got it. And notice there is no, like, dramatic death animation. It just face plants and explodes. Quite like that. So as a reward, we got, I think it's the most potent communion rune, so, like, yeah, 4 additional blood vials. Very nice. And we get a lamp for our troubles. Now through here, we can seek an audience with the patron of the healing church, which we are not gonna do for some time, because it would eat me alive. No. Instead, we're heading back to the Hunter's Dream to increase our strength and, you know, spec ourselves out a little bit more to get ready to take on another Chalice dungeon to conclude today's stream. If you'll indulge me. We can't upgrade the Tonitrus anymore, unfortunately, which is a shame, because we're really gonna need it if what I read about the next Chalice dungeon is correct.
Welcome, Odie. Very well.
Okay, we got 2 more. Tell you what, more strength, more skill. One of each.
Farewell.
Alright, so do we have the stuff for the lower Thimeru chalice? Yes, we do. We also have the stuff for the Hintertomb. I think depth might mean difficulty, right? Hold on. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 2. Well, the Hintertomb looks easier than this, but we'll give it a shot. What's the worst that could happen, right? So we've got to use up all of our Ritual Blood 3. Do any of the others require Ritual Blood 3? No, they do not. Let's go for it. Oh, if what I read online is right, the second boss of this dungeon is going to give me a conniption. Right, Lower Thumerian Labyrinth, let's do it. So any guesses as to what the boss I'm dreading is? Alright. Let's see what we have here. Now we're in the dungeon proper. Ah. Some kind of trap there. There's our boss door, so the Thumerians, I guess, are up here. As long as there's none of those creepy old witches with the extremely potent homing fireballs, we might be good. As you can see, enemies now are getting more and more resilient, tougher and tougher as we go deeper and deeper into the tomb of the gods. To the point where we can't quite one-shot them anymore. Oh, hello, big spider. This is a bloody version of an enemy we typically only see in the Nightmare of Mensis. Oh, God. Well, we're dead. Where did they come from? Oh, they must have, like, summoned in when we reached the bottom of the stairs. Seems to be a pretty common thing with this, these dungeons. Like, there's a lot of traps. Traps that give you a ton of echoes and gear, or loot, if you manage to make it through properly, of course. Now, those spiders were probably about as powerful as Rom's offspring, but if you notice, they were not armored as those. Yeah, here they come. I think they have a similar moveset as well. So our bell ringer is calling these in, no doubt. Oh. Hello? Love that quick step follow-up. I know I've said it so many times, but it's so true! Alright, there go all of the abnormal spiders. Now we've just got our normal, inhumanly large spiders. Quicksilver bullets. Is that our boss door already? Being guarded by a new type of enemy. I don't know that... well, I mean, I'm sure I have fought this enemy before, but I don't remember doing so. They're like some kind of ancient Thumerian knight? Or they were. Blood gem. Boss gate. Now all that's left is to loot us a labyrinth. Let's get stuck in. Now typically the first stage of each of these labyrinths isn't too long, right? And the third one is very long. Oh, hello, more spiders. Oh, here's another passage. Whatever could be in here. Oh no, is this just a way back around the entryway? It may be. Let me see. Yeah, that was the boss door down there, so... Just two ways to accessing the same very small area? Okay, this wasn't a big zone at all. Not there's anything wrong with that, but... Yeah, you'd think like Lower Themeru, and I got it wrong, I'm sorry. There are, I think, multiple ice dungeons, you know, the fourth and final kind of type of chalice dungeon we can find, or tile set. It's being guarded by the thing that has granted its patronage to the Healing Church, by the by. So, yeah, we've got to get past like an in-game super boss to get our final chalice, but if you get through all of the fixed dungeons, or maybe just this one, I don't know, but somehow you're able to earn what's called, like, I think, the Lower Thumeru Ihil Challenge, or Chalice, and that is, like, the ultimate fixed dungeon, supposedly. And it's set in this tile set, of course. It's like the very bottom of the Thumerian Labyrinth. Speaking of, let's see what's guarding our next area. Always excited for these boss reveals. It's like unwrapping a Christmas present that hates you. Okay. It's... Oh, just these guys again. Hello. How have you been? Working out, apparently. They deal way more damage. Guess they had to make up for the fact that none of them were present guarding the boss switch, which they should have been. That's what they get paid for. Now the quicker... I think the chieftain has way more health than the others, so like, the quicker we drop him, the easier this goes. Well, I say that, but looks like they all have a fair amount of health. Okay. Ooh, covering for the chief. Oh my god! Killed me in a single blow. Not that I'm surprised, this is Bloodborne. Late game, everything kills you in one shot. I'm only partially joking there. I guess that's kind of in line with the devs' overall design philosophy of promoting a really aggressive playstyle compared to the Dark Souls and Demon Souls entries. Like making you and keeping you in a very fragile physical state through the entire game, so you've got to be like getting in and out and constantly assessing risk. Are you fucking kidding me? Hey, Seth, welcome, and thank you for the host. I really appreciate it. Might not be the most exciting time to join us. As, we may have... How's the game treating me? Quite well so far, thank you. It's my first time playing in, oh, goodness gracious, years. And so I'm very, very rusty. And Exit Dust, thanks a lot for dropping in, man. Hope you're doing well so far. We're trying the Chalice Dungeons, and I didn't make it very far through these in my initial playthrough. So we're going to be running into... Oh, well, thanks a lot for the recommendation then, Exit Dust. I appreciate it. Hope everybody tuning in by their recommendation is enjoying the stream, or that you do. We're reaching the point where I'm going to be running into a lot of walls, so, you know, fair warning. No, you guys couldn't have stolen my echoes, so I don't think. Where's our bloodstain? Somewhere over here, wasn't it? Well, I thought so. I see, Seth. Well, welcome, very welcome. I hope you're having a wonderful day so far. And... okay, so we want to kite one of you. Come on, come on. Oh, that was very, very bad timing. Come on. I'd be tempted to use my cane, but it deals so little damage, comparatively speaking. These guys got a very serious buff from the first dungeon. My god. They were just short of a joke boss in the first Chalice dungeon. Now, though, they pretty tanky. And capable of just steamrolling me, of course. Love the design of their swords. I believe in the DLC you can get something that looks pretty similar. There we go! And I'm sorry, I know there are messages in chat. I will get to them just as quick as I can. Which is to say, just as soon as I'm not, like, sweating buckets and getting caught up against pillars. Oh my god. Okay. You're the chieftain, right? Yeah. You guys have come so far from being a complete joke. I'm kind of proud of you, and I hate you. You won't be too bad once we get rid of your backup. I know I've been deeper into the Chalice dungeons than this, maybe just to the very bottom of this one before. But it all feels brand new to me. I know for a fact I don't think I ever went into the Hintertomb or Lauren dungeons. Come on, Chief. There we are. I'll take my health back now, thank you very much. Oh, that rune is worth its weight in gold. Come on. Give us your worst. Ooh, not that bad, please. Gotta say, these guys are surprisingly good at watching their flanks. Oh! So you do have a melee weapon, you just never use it. I see. Oh, of course you're just as strong as the others. Why wouldn't you be? You got the same name? Whew. Alright. Oh, we got a pretty solid blood gem and a couple shards. Nice, nice. Exodus said always go for the gunner first. Oh man, I would have, if I felt confident in the least at dodging the other guy's swords as I, like, tried to work around for a backstab. I'm sure if you can pull that off, it's the best strategy for this, but yeah. And Zev says, yeah, it was a nice day. It's my first time playing Dark Souls 3, so I'm checking out streamers that play Dark Souls, Bloodborne, etc. Oh, wonderful! I hope you're enjoying Dark Souls 3, by the by. It's next up on my, like, streaming schedule. Once we're through with Bloodborne, once I've tackled the DLC and the Chalice Dungeons, I'll be working my way through and giving, hopefully we'll have a lot of fun with it, but giving folks a tour of Dark Souls 3 that is probably going to be more critical than what a lot of people will end up saying, and I agree. Sev says it's much easier than I expected, but I'm having a blast. Bosses are very interesting. Well, compared to Bloodborne, I would say the entire, like, rest of the Soulsborne series is relatively accessible. This is... It's a really good game, very well designed, I think, and I'm enjoying it the second time through. But it is incredibly punishing, even by, like, Soulsborne or FromSoft standards. Yeah. Wake up, all you Thumerians. Or not. Exodus says that's a good thing then. Rediscovering the game is the best way to experiencing it. Yeah, I believe so. It's nice coming back to a game that I played the heck out of when I was younger. Me and, like, my best friends. And thanks to, you know, 4 years of college and now graduate school and all of the responsibilities and mental strain that comes with working as a pseudo-like instructor, forgetting a whole lot of the game's actual content. Oh, not again. Really? I've got to learn to look out for you guys. I've got to learn to look out for you guys. It's great to go back through and be surprised by a lot of things. Even when in Bloodborne, compared to the other games, those surprises are typically less pleasant. Oh, and Seth, thank you so much for the follow. I really, really appreciate it. Welcome to our community. If you would like to stay up to date on our streaming schedule, or even just, you know, participate in a community of very positive and enthusiastic hobbyists who share our passion, feel free to join our Discord if you're so inclined. There's a permanent link, should be available, in the very bottom of the Twitch page's description. Exodus says, hey, you did go skill build instead of strength, making it harder for yourself. Oh, I'm sorry, there's no bot command. I'm remarkably bad with technology. Which is weird for a streamer, right? Okay, slime. I see you just literally hovering in midair there. Not even connected to anything, just... Oh, that's precious. So, the weird thing about Bloodborne that I'm discovering, as you pointed out, Exodus, is despite being a game that emphasizes agility and aggression and kind of, especially compared to the earlier Soulsborne entries, seems like it would be based more around a Dex build's mindset, at least as it would operate in earlier entries. Poor director Miyazaki just couldn't get over his love of big swords, it seems, and the strength builds are still somehow a little bit, or I should say considerably, more viable than into the late game than a skill build is, unless you really know what you're doing. And any of my long-term viewers will tell you I have absolutely no idea what I'm doing. Exodus says, game's not broken at all. The flying slime I quite enjoy. Exodus says, I like the timing of slower weapons. Well, really, the timing is really good if you manage to get it down, but what a lot of the bulkier weapons in this series, I would argue, have to lend their wielders more than anything else, even above, like, damage, is phenomenal range, or I should say coverage, along the horizontal axis. Like, if you've got a great sword or something in most of the, like, Dark Souls games, you don't really aim for an enemy, even if you're locked on, as much as you just kind of need to point yourself in their general direction, and no matter what you throw out, it's gonna hit. They're a great deal of fun for that reason. Oh, looks like one of the Watchers is back on duty today. I mean, I know you guys were the boss upstairs, but where were you? It felt weird not having one of you guard my boss door switch. Nobody liked the Temp Knight. It's not true, I actually kind of did, and I would prefer seeing more of them than these things. Oh, that's a very generous parry window, isn't it? We can actually parry that attack after the fact. That's unusual. Not that I'm complaining, but... Alright. We are now clear to head on to our boss, and... Again, this is the one boss I think I may have had spoiled for me online just by happenstance, looking around trying to get, like, information on encounters I'd already completed, just to get some fun trivia maybe to share with you guys during downtime. And if this is what I think it is, this is gonna suck. Seth says, kill them all. If only. Oh, hello, buddies. As a very proud member of the Rat King Covenant, I feel like just such a traitor, right? Oh my god! Oh, geez, Chalice dungeons don't kill around. Exit Dust says, oh, I think I know which boss you're referring to. Yeah, it's the reason I, like, kicked a few points into strength and scaled up Autonatrus as much as I could. Exit Dust says you got nom nom nom. I did. Probably my most common cause of death in this entire series is just getting eaten by wild animals. Not killed by crazy supernatural enemies or anything like that. Just getting eaten by the wildlife. And Steph says, oh, rats, my favorite. Still better than spiders, though. Yes, definitely. The spiders in this game are kind of absurdly powerful. Really cool looking in both their forms, but absurdly powerful. Oh, okay, you had more health. That's fine. That's fine, that's fine. It's cool, it's fine. Alright, let's try doing this a different way. The classy way. Thy treason will not go unpunished. Leave this place at once. Seriously, like, this just feels wrong. These were my people in Dark Souls 2. We had so much fun setting up elaborate trap dungeons for hapless players together. Alright. Where's my blood echoes? We were torn to shreds. Oh, they're with the super rat. Right. So many of them I can't even tell which were still alive and which were dead. Yeah, so if this is the boss I'm thinking of, friends, we are going to have a really, really challenging time. I'm also doing this before the Hintertomb, which has a lower depth, which I assume means difficulty, than this dungeon did. So maybe if we have too hard of a time, we might want to go tackle that one first. We do have all of the ritual components necessary to enter the first Hintertomb chalice. Exit Dust says, can't wait. Yeah, this one's gonna be something. Oh, I should have equipped some blood gems on this, but it's fine. So Tonatrus is a really interesting weapon. Despite having its primary scaling, I think be associated with strength, right? Yeah. It's a very versatile, easy-to-use weapon. Fairly powerful right out the box, and instead of an alternate form, you can press the L1 button to temporarily coat the head of the mace in electricity, granting a pretty powerful bolt damage buff. In addition to, correct me if I'm wrong, oh right, we need to find our way over there at some point. A pretty healthy natural bolt damage value associated with the weapon itself, right? Like, it just deals more bolt damage when you properly coat the head in crackling lightning. It is like the designated Ken Smasher for a lot of players, for reasons we're about to see. But gotta find my way to the other side of that locked door first, though. Exit Dust says, and it doesn't use a resource. That's very true. So sort of the trade-off for not having a more, like, just soundly powerful form, or a more versatile form, is the one you have. Oh, hello, doggy. The one you have is insanely useful and a pretty solid, like, generalist weapon. Exit Dust says, like with most trick weapons with a special transformation. Yeah, some of them that have, like, unusual transformations will be draining our resources. Including, well, mostly, the Vile Bloods weapons typically have some kind of cost associated with them. We can dispel these clouds of smoke by knocking over the braziers here, or the incense burners. Nothing over here, though. We've already looted that area. Don't know how that dog got over there, then. Oh, no. They wandered over from this area. Right, of course. The Thumerians have come so far from barely being able to take one hit, if that. Oh wait, maybe this is the area we could access, right? Right? Hold on. Sorry if I'm a little slow and ponderous, which is the same thing, that is redundant. I just try to be very, very, very thorough. Yeah, no, I think this is maybe the special area? Or no. No, it's not. Seth says the game looks so beautiful. It really does. Like, disgusting, but beautiful. Absolutely, that's... I believe that's the exact way I described many of, like, the mid-game bosses, like the One Reborn, Blood-Starved Beast, because, like, for instance, lighting effects, and even the game's water effects are absolutely phenomenal. FromSoft's never been fantastic at, like, creating, you know, human faces for player characters and the like, but their environment and creature design teams have really outdone themselves for years and years now. Okay, we've already been down there. Where on earth is that? Maybe it's up there and I just missed it? There we go. Whoop. Ow. They're very reminiscent, or this particular type, I suppose, is reminiscent of an enemy type from Demon Souls that used, like, hot pokers. Oh no. 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 That is not happening. No, thank you, sir. There's some kind of pathway I've just been missing, then. Exodus says I never played Demon Souls? Oh. Well, once that remake finally comes out, you best believe we'll be streaming it. It has, in my opinion, the best boss design in the entire series, like, nothing else even comes close. Because it has the largest number of fights that aren't just standard, like, one-on-one slugfests. There's a lot of gimmicks, a lot of unusual mechanics, a lot of very, very tricky ways to outwit or wear down certain bosses in addition to fighting them head-on. It's just got brilliant encounter design all around. And I can't wait to play that one for you guys. Also, it is home to the only boss in the entire series I'm aware of who... Well, okay, so chat, let's get some votes in. Do you mind if I spoil one tiny little mechanic one very specific boss has? It's not anything to do with strategy, it's just something it can do to you. Don't mind. Fine with it. I'll forget it. Okay. One of the final bosses of Demon Souls, with its grapple attack, because, you know, most bosses in this series tend to have a grab attack, can permanently drain your level. You don't get the souls back. Your level, I don't believe, becomes cheaper in the future. He will just drain one of your souls every time he manages to get hands on you. Again, for, like, the physical grapple, like, melee attacks notwithstanding. And it also happens to be probably the hardest fight in the entire game, so, yeah. Oh, watch, silly me, the gate's gonna be right over there. Of course. Exit Dust says, what? Yes, no, there is a boss that will grapple your soul level into submission. And I'm fairly certain if he lands the grapple in over the course of standard combat, he becomes stronger. He buffs himself, a bit like the Pursuer did in Dark Souls 2. Oh, here we go. This is how we go down and around. Exit Dust says, so you could start the boss fight at soul level 60 and end up with soul level 10. Highly doubtful, as, like, his attacks deal an absurd amount of damage and each grapple steals one level from you, but theoretically, yes, you can. And keep in mind, this is in a game with, where it's actually a bit harder to find souls outside of, like, boss fights or significant encounters, things like that. And, there are, no real analogs to the Estus Flask. Like, all of your healing items are purely consumable. This is more like it. Oh yes, a chest. Here we go. And that door I spent ages trying to find the other end of, like an idiot. Exit Dust says, yeah, wasn't the healing item a piece of grass? Yes, moon grass. It comes in many different, variations. Each, named after a different phase of the moon. From, I want to say, crescent moon grass, restoring a tiny, like, little fraction of life early on in the game, to maybe full or new moon grass, restoring, well, just short of your entire HP bar, late in the game. Oh, hello, Snatcher. Been a while since we've seen you. Man, trying to skin all those werewolves did not work out too well for you guys, did it? Here they tend to drop ritual components a lot of times, which, I mean, I'm not gonna complain about. Oh, another one? Uh-oh. Come on. I honestly don't know if these guys are supposed to be Themarians or not. Like, as far as, like, physical features go, they fit the bill, but They seem to look just a little too human. Yeah, like their features maybe aren't quite smooth enough. Oh, this is a brand new area. Check this out. Exodus says, I'm not sure what the lore is behind these guys. I know they're like the official hunters affiliated with Yargul, but that's about it. Thanks, Cannon. There we are. Oh, wow. Lots of loot over here. Rope Molotov cocktails can simply be thrown behind the player as like a dumbfire. Very situationally useful when you're trying to get away from like a pack of weaker enemies, like dogs, maybe? Oh my god! Well, didn't see that before it was too late. Huh, that's cool. Well played, Chalice Dungeon. Jeez. Oh, well, we found the party room. Oh my god, all that health from one hit from a Thumerian? This is not the Chalice Dungeon we first entered into, is it? Oh my god, no. Wow. Jeez, the damage output at this stage of the game is insane, and it's not just in the Chalice dungeons. For the record, for anybody not familiar with Bloodborne, most late game enemies, bosses especially, anything, unless you're rolling a very specific kind of build, can quite easily kill you in one or two hits. That's just the way it goes in Bloodborne. Very rarely, I think, with any type of build, would you have similar moments or similar circumstances in Dark Souls, even against, like, super bosses. Those games, oddly enough, right, despite their reputation, I would actually say are way more forgiving than Bloodborne is. Like, way more. Right, so we've already been through here. And keep in mind, all the damage we've been seeing is with, I want to say, some of the best physical resistance armor in the game. Not the very best, but, like, among the best. Frightening as their damage output can be, Snatchers, as we've learned through this playthrough, are really easy to parry. Just about as easy as, like, the massive brick ogres. There we go. There. Yeah, we can manage this. Just gotta be careful once we get to the Thumerian party hall. In fact, we'll swap back to Arcane for a little while just to give us some extra range against these guys. Let's never forget that the Thumerians can throw out 2 Molotov cocktails in short succession. Didn't work the first time, ain't gonna work this time, Chief. It's like a Snatcher and his entourage. All at once, man. Perfect synchronization. Yeah, like, playing through these Chalice dungeons now, having experienced Dark Souls 3, I would say the game takes just as much inspiration specifically from the design of the Chalice dungeons than it does from, like, the main game of Bloodborne or Dark Souls 1. Dark Souls 2, of course, is the game that Dark Souls 3 wishes we would all just forget about, but I never will. Come on. Aw. Ooh. Exodus says Dark Souls 2 is the only Souls game I will not play. Oh man, that's fair dues, but I would say it's easily worth a shot. I'm biased. It's actually my favorite entry in the series, which is like a wildly unpopular opinion. Clearly the dev team and like certain segments of the fan base didn't agree, because come Dark Souls 3, they want you to think the second one never even happened. My big problem with Dark Souls 3, purely from a design perspective, I think mechanically it feels phenomenal in your hands. As Seth pointed out, a lot of the bosses are really, really cool. Some of the best in the series, honestly. And, like, there's so much choice offered the player in terms of, like, weapons and armors and all that. It's really, really nice, that variety available to you. But the game is so heavy in extremely blatant Dark Souls 1 fan service in the form of, hey, remember this character, this location, this item from Dark Souls 1? Here it is again. Totally bereft of context half the time, but you like this, right? And it feels like it sacrificed some of the, or it sacrificed a lot of originality in favor of fan service towards a segment of the fan base that wanted nothing but more Dark Souls 1. Okay, so this is an area we've not been to yet, but I kind of want to just power my way through. Oh, I remember this room. This spawned in Central Themeru, right? Like this same seat. Oh my god. Why on earth is this particular layer so big? Usually isn't it the third and final layer of a labyrinth or of a dungeon that's the longest? Oh my god, no! Well, looks like we're running back through again. Seth says I got Dark Souls 1 for Switch and Dark Souls 3 on PS3, just no Dark Souls 2. The Scholar of the First Sin, if you're interested in checking it out, Scholar of the First Sin is probably like the definitive edition of the game. Comes pre-packaged with all the DLC and like several special encounters you can't find anywhere else. I think it's a vastly improved version of the base game. Save one particular area, me and my mod can attest. There's one area in particular where the encounters were made almost nonsensically challenging, right up to like certain NPCs having their walk cycles accelerated to a ridiculous rate where it looks like they're waddling forward at Mach speed. And Exodus says, oh yeah, Ornstein and Smoth stuff, or the Sunbro items you can get. Yeah, there's a lot of that, like a lot of it. Why did I forget about it that time? Why did I forget about it that time? Wait, I think our souls ended up somewhere down here, or our echoes, or... You know what, let's call them what they are. Our souls ended up somewhere down here. somewhere in the next room, I want to say, yeah? Let's be on the lookout for Molotovs from those guys. Exodus says, talking about Dark Souls too much. If you were not careful, you'll start pressing square to heal. I'm fairly certain I made that mistake a lot when I first played Bloodborne years and years ago, to be honest. You know, for a bunch of soldiers who have been buried underground for centuries or millennia, these guys still got it. Credit to them. See, that's why physical fitness is so important in old age. If they didn't keep to a really, really consistent regimen, they'd be like the Thumerians from the Upper Labyrinth. And does anybody want that? No, over half my health in one attack. Oh dear. I mused on this a bit yesterday. Or no, sorry, earlier today. But I think the difficulty in Bloodborne in particular is at least partially designed to offset the game's comparatively shorter length. Because if you were to look at like a quote-unquote perfect run of the game stop to start, it's not super long, especially compared to the Dark Souls games, or even Demon Souls. That's what we're here for, that casket. So you've got to have something to keep the people playing, and, well, this is the series known for its difficulty. Some would say kind of unjustly, though, like, its remarkable design should take precedence over its difficulty in, like, the public consciousness, and I would agree. Oh my god. How did you become so much stronger? Let's get all that health back, thank you. Okay, what's in our casket? Exodus says, I'm at the Lady Maria fight, been stuck there for a day now, I'm not even mad. That fight is brutal, but awesome. I will agree. I've never actually taken it on myself, I don't want to say, but I have seen, like, again, my friend play through it right when the DLC first came out, and it looks excruciating, but oddly rewarding. So we got a workshop haze extractor. That was an explosion that would have killed us, you know, nothing major, no big deal. At the very least, dungeons of this depth/difficulty do give us plenty of blood echoes, provided we can hold on to them. There we go. How many echoes do each of you drop? 646. That is, even for this late stage of the game, that is really good for a minor enemy. Hello again. Oh my god. No. No, 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 no. Not now. Not like this. So what we're gonna do now is actually use our lamp to warp out of here and level/buy some supplies with all of these echoes. Because it would not be a good idea to just keep them on our person this long. not in here, and especially not if the boss is what I think it is. Which effectively guarantees we'll be here a little while. Oh, and if the third boss is what I remember it being, we'll be here... Well, I'm sorry to say, folks, but we'll be here a good long while. Oh, blood vial, thank you very much. And now that we're back in the boss corridor, yeah, remember that? We can jog back on over to our lamp, and we can wring a fair few levels out of this. Thinking it'd probably be wise to dump some into strength, right? I mean, it's the weird thing about Bloodborne. Even less so than in Dark Souls, I'd say there's not too much of a reason to dump just loads and loads of levels into, say, Vitality or anything like that. Exodus says, I thought you were committed to the Dex build. I am, but for a couple weapons we might want to use later on, it would be helpful to have, like, a moderately potent strength stat. So I'm thinking, let's pick up 2 in strength, 1 in skill. Or no, sorry, 2 in strength. Yeah. Yeah. 2 in strength, 1 in skill. That'll do.
Farewell, good happening.
Now let's go ahead and snatch up as many blood vials as we can. 32, that'll do. Why not? And if you'll give me just a minute as we load back into the dungeon, I'm gonna go grab another drink really, really quickly. I have a feeling I'm going to be screaming myself hoarse very shortly, so just a moment. I also think we're pretty close to reaching the soft cap on dexterity or skill, aren't we? Not quite there. It's like mid-30s or 40, somewhere around there, but we're close. We're past the point where we start seeing diminishing returns, I think. Not like it matters, because for this upcoming fight, we're going to want a more strength-centric weapon, unfortunately. Because we're gonna need it. Okay, let me take a sip here. And get ready for some pain. Oh no, it's not what I thought at all. It's another undead giant. This one with a club and a sickle. Well, I might be able to handle that. Oh, that damage, though. Oh, thank God, you still have pustules that can be ruptured. Alright, Seth, thank you very much. Good night, and thanks for dropping by the stream once again. We're happy to have you. Okay, so I'm... Oh, God! Getting laid out, apparently. This is, honestly, we talked about this earlier at Canehurst, or with the Ligurius fight, but this is the one thing that I really dislike about Bloodborne, actually. No matter what people say about Dark Souls, it is not a punishing game. Its difficulty's quite high, but you're effectively never forced into a situation where you're effectively helpless, where one or two attacks can kill you, totally, like, unaware, where you are just drastically outpaced, or you don't have a tool in your toolkit to help counteract that. Bloodborne has no qualms about putting you in those situations, and again, me and my mod were talking about this a couple days ago. It feels like part of this game's design was deliberate as a response to the Dark Souls 2 is too easy crowd. Like, oh, you just want difficulty, huh? Well, we can do that. The fools. Like that. That was one attack. Full health. Exodus says, but, counterpoint, you can level up more by grinding echoes or souls and basically go Super Saiyan. A thing Sekiro really lacks. The thing is, at least during my Dark Souls and Dark Souls 2 playthroughs here on the channel, I never felt the need to grind for souls. Once or twice I did for items, like a cool weapon or something I wanted to show everybody, but I never felt like so daunted I needed to grind. Bloodborne is a different story in that, well, honestly, if my complaint can be summed up, everything deals so goddamn much damage relative to you. In the late game, I should say. In the late game. Like that! Like that! One regular attack kills me. And this is not, like, as I understand it, a late game or really difficult dungeon. This is just the way the game's designed. Sekiro's progression system, like a lot of the game, was way more streamlined. And that's something that people will either like or dislike. I could definitely see the point that it would have been nice to kind of grind for something beyond skill points, if you were so inclined. But at least during my first playthrough, I'll have to go back at the end of, like, this series and see how we feel about it. But I thought it was fine. Exodus says it stopped me playing Sekiro. Oh, really? How far did you get? Please use your club. We can rock with the club. Are you kidding me? It finishes even that with a massive sweep of the scythe that is somehow a one-hit kill. Exodus says I got at the end of the dream with the dude on the bridge, so not that far. But I wasn't getting anywhere and couldn't do something else to power up a bit. I see. Are you talking about the shinobi hunter, the monk with the spear? Something or another of Mizan, I think his name is. Yeah, okay. So, turns out, we could show you on stream whenever we get to that. Sekiro will probably be after Dark Souls 3, or it will be. That fight's kinda BS your first time through, because there is one very specific move that fight is intended to teach you how to use, but you need skill points to unlock that move. Once you get that move, the fight is trivial. But if you don't have that one specific move, you are screwed. Oh my god! How are you supposed to fight something that kills you in one hit like this? Exodus says also I'm pretty shit at parrying, so that stopped a lot of the fun as well. Yeah, the parrying mechanic in Sekiro is really precise. I will say, speaking as somebody who's really bad at parrying in these games, like really, really bad, you do kind of learn as like a trial by fire as you go on, but there are certain fights, like enemies with special movesets, yeah? Where it feels really punishing if you can't parry them perfectly. Exodus says, do you have gear with higher physical resistance? I do not, and I don't know that it's gonna do much good. I think this is just a ruthlessly strong enemy. Seriously, that... Am I underleveled for this dungeon? Like, what's going wrong here? Exodus says, yeah, I was stuck on this guy for a long while. The first version of the Undead Giant that serves as, like, the very first boss in the game, or not in the game, the Chalice Dungeons, was pretty breezy. Like, it dealt a lot of damage, don't get me wrong, but Exodus says, no, you're not underleveled. Oh, jeez. Okay, then. I'm curious, can I parry it? Like maybe that's what's going on here? There's gotta be some secret to you, like some way to cause you to wear yourself out, or like the giants in Dark Souls 1 maybe? You could just like go to town and then exhaust yourself. I know there's like 3 different variants of the giants you can find in the labyrinth. Like one of them has a cannon. Always with the damn scythe. It looks almost like some kind of animate sculpture. Exodus says, wait till you get to his second phase. What? So this thing is supposed to kill you in one hit. Do I have that right? Unless you've got, like, just a ton of vitality and or the Canehurst Knight set. I think the Knight set might be able to take this, but hold on. New plan. We're going to try the Hintertomb content first, because it is, at least supposedly, like less challenging, or it's scaled for lower level characters than the Thimeru Chalice. So, time to take on our second tile set. Lauren is apparently even harder. Oh wait, we need blood echoes. Right. Sure we got something for that around here. This might be my first time ever doing the Hintertomb Chalice content. I don't know. So let's have a look-see. Oh, the Haze Extractor allows us to, like, get arcane haze ritual materials from any other type of material, I suppose. That's cool, I guess. I guess we'll need plenty of arcane haze to access deeper Chalice dungeons. Right, so welcome to the Hintertomb. So far, it looks, exactly the same. I'm certain that won't stay the case. throughout our time here. Well, actually, it looks almost exactly like the Meru, but darker. Oh, wait. Something just died. And 'twasn't me this time. Those are explosives, so pull up. Yeah, that's a bit more like it. Why couldn't the folks in Lower Thumeru be more like you guys? You know, weak. Oh, hello. Oh, yeah, these guys are much easier. Whoa! You're new. And cool looking at that. Man. Okay, no, so there are some unique looking rooms in this tile set. Nice. Oh, we've got giant Thumerians. Oh, wait, no! No, you look like the church servants, don't you? Huh, that's curious. Alright, Exodus, thanks a lot, man. Have a great night, or in your time zone, I suppose. Have a wonderful day. Get some rest, man. Take care. Thanks a lot for the kind words and for sending some more viewers and friends our way. Really appreciate it. So we're gonna have to track down... Oh! Was that one just waiting for us? It's always the ones with the sides, isn't it? We're gonna have to track down the boss door switch. If it's anything like the other dungeons we've been through, this first stage, or this first floor, shouldn't be too large. Oh, hello. Oh, right, we didn't explore up there. Oh, hey, it's one of the... Oh my god. It's one of the witches from Yargle. The eye gougers. Lots of pebbles resembling eyes. Hence why they can be found on their person, I believe. Oh! Blood vials, and oh, here's our boss door. Yeah, so keeping up the theme, not a super complex first level. The second and third will be much longer then, right? So back to our entrance hall. Now let's see what we're up against this time. Well, there might be, of course, an auxiliary path off of the boss corridor. And there is. Blood gemstone that time. Oh, we've got a bell ringer. Somewhere in here, probably, right? Yeah, they're usually in these triple-tiered rooms. flaming sides now. Good. Typically the Thumerians with flaming weapons are, like, cloaked in these tattered white shrouds. Just a way to make them visually distinct, I guess. Oh, and it's another one of the pseudo-church, church guardians with a giant-ass shotgun. Okie dokie then. Pressure plate, want to avoid that, no doubt. Oh, and it's another one of these. Good. Yeah, we'll be right with you, ma'am. She can't... Oh no, she's just climbing the ladder. Okay. And immediately tried to go invisible again. Well, she went well and truly invisible now. Oh, we didn't get this. This might just connect us to the chamber where we saw the teleporting... Oh, poisoned weapon? That's new, I think. Another one of them with the shotguns. Got some bullets for us, probably, right? You must accept inquisitiveness. Scourge of wheelchairs? What? Could we perhaps say 12:15 and get something here? No? No dice? Okay. Okay. Let's see what our buddy with the shotgun had. Just some bullets, probably. Yeah. We will never run out of bullets. We will probably run out of blood vials many, many more times. Anything down here? Like anything at all? Or is this just a dead end? Would appear to be the latter. We were sniping. Oh, yeah, yeah. Oh, ladder. Okay. How did I miss that entirely? Like 3 times. Well, it's me, so God only knows. Have we been in here? Yes, yes, yes. Yes, we have. This is where we killed the knife-wielding woman. Oh, there we go. Got us a special kind of warden or guardian with 2 flaming weapons. Oh, one of these, right. And also our casket. A lot of good stuff in these dungeons and a whole lot of crap. Extra bullet. Couple pebbles. This is where the good stuff's at, right? Gotta be. Oh, some more ritual blood. Okay, sure. Not gonna complain too much. I think we might be good to take on the boss, yeah? Whatever the boss is here. I quite like this. I wish the tile set was, or that is to say the environment, was a little more distinct visually from Thumeru, but like the unique enemies present in the Hintertomb make it a wholly distinct experience, so yeah, I'm on board with that. Alright, who or what do we have here? Oh, it's the giant pig! Yes, it's our good buddy Big Pig, back from the very... Oh my god! I didn't know this version could do that. So it has a one-hit kill, justifiably though. I thought we could, like, cause it to charge into the columns. Turns out, aha! they trick us, and they can smash straight through the columns. Now, obvious danger aside, and the ridiculous damage output aside, this is just the pig from, like the Yarnum sewer. All it really does is charge and try to crush you, I think. So, it shouldn't be too hard to get behind it and backstab it a few times. The problem is just surviving that initial charge. But now, just like the versions in the sewer and in the forest, it's more than a little vulnerable. Oh, look at that damage, baby. Look at that stun lock, baby! Yeah! One more? No. Oh, we couldn't finish it the way we wanted to, but down it goes. And it gives us a special blood gemstone. Nice. Along with plenty of echoes. And with that, ladies and gents, we're going to head back to the Hunter's Dream. I'm gonna check out my new blood gems, just to see if we got anything really, really good. And then I might hang it up. I am going to hang it up for the day. We've been going for over 4 hours, made a ton of progress. Killed what? 2 main story bosses, leaving us with 6 total, including, like, the 3 final bosses. At least 2 of which we will definitely kill next stream, and making a ton more progress in the Chalice dungeons. Remember too, as of tomorrow I will have the DLC downloaded and installed, and we will head into that content, in my case for the very first time. Do hope you'll join me for that. Let's see what we've got. So we've got a 4, the cold damp blood gem, arcane scaling, some physical attack, reduced stamina costs, and an attack upgrade. That's decent. We typically want to stay away from the cursed ones because I think they drain your HP. Tempering damp blood gem, physical attack up 17.3%. Yikes. We're gonna go for that. Yeah, that's much better. Anything better here instead of our, like, standard attack up? Reduces stamina costs and add additional physical attack. Not quite as good. So this will reduce our arcane scaling slightly. Yeah, none of those are worth it. Curse tempering damp blood gem, we ain't doing that. Odd tempering damp blood gem, which oh, it reduces the skill scaling, I see. But it overall makes the weapon stronger? Yeah, why not? Let's go for it. For now. Okay, we have a much stronger Blade of Mercy now, ready to take us on ever deeper into the Chalice dungeons. Until next time, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you so much for joining us this afternoon as we made some slow but steady progress through Bloodborne. I hope you'll join us tomorrow for even more explorations into the Tomb of the Old Gods, and maybe a fateful confrontation with Martyr Ligarius, once we're just a little bit stronger for him. Until then, this is Brady the Overanalyst, thanking you all so much for sharing yourselves and your time with me this afternoon, whether you've been participating live in our Twitch chat or you're catching this after the fact as a VOD on YouTube. Thank you so much, and have a wonderful rest of your day. Bye-bye.